You know, it's.
Here's you as well. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes,
I would sure.
We need to work on Wyoming's tomorrow.
So I'm trying to last line to ask about this.
Next they pay.
I told him I will work on merging Wyoming tomorrow with Wyoming Works, so I'm drafting a bill.
You know, and one of the arguments that I made. That Wyoming's investment in nursing, the thing Harshman wanted to do around healthcare, Wyoming works. Right, programmatic support, scholarships and aid. So why don't we?
Yeah, I'm seeing what I'm not familiar with, so I didn't try to get into this.
And it may be too, it may just be too late in the politics, but the Wyoming investment in nursing, it provides programmatic support for faculty and scholarships. Wyoming Works provides programmatic support and then provides scholarships. I mean, then Wyoming's. There's a path.
Yeah.
I'll try him, but he's like. Rock. I don't know if I'm getting stopped. No.
Morning, everyone.
Morning, Rusty. Long time no see.
Yeah, right. I don't see Tony on yet.
Good morning, Jamie.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Hello.
Hey, Josh.
Josh, I don't know why.
Morning,
I-
Lisa.
the December 14th one, and I thought, it's January. I've already moved into the new year. So. Yeah, thanks though.
How are your cows wearing cold weather? I know. I mean, I will pay that.
As long as you have two cows, no, here, I'll go.
Water.
Oh, yeah, water, you can open your water tanks.
Brian, are we ready to start the meeting? Amanda, are we ready to start?
Can you hear us, Rusty?
I can hear you guys loud and clear. Just want to make sure you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you as well.
Okay. Hey, if we haven't started, have we gone live yet?
Yes.
Okay, great. I found all my notes that we had from the September meeting,
Okay.
so we can go over that later.
All right.
We can give it, I know it says on the agenda to start at 8:05, or I guess 8 o'clock. I guess we'll just start. I don't see Tony on, and Lee and I were on a Zoom meeting with him yesterday, so I'm guessing he'll get on at some point here.
Okay, and on this, down in Cheyenne, got Senator Hicks, Joe Schaefer, Pete Doobie, Pat Crank, Representative Summers, Elisa, Dwayne, Jen. And we have two members of the public on this end, the Denny's.
Great. I think the only one we're missing, if I'm not mistaken, is Tony.
Okay. Yeah, I don't.
So we'll go ahead and get started, and thanks everyone for thank you guys all that made it to Cheyenne. We had a WCCA virtual meeting yesterday from Douglas, and so the same commissioners will be online, and the rest of us. A lot of red on the highways around Wyoming this morning. So all the schools and everything's closed in Gillette today. I think Gillette shared in Buffalo. So a lot of snow, a lot of wind. But thank you guys for making it. And Brian, I know you had quite a travel trip yesterday, and you made it too. So glad to see everybody there. I guess if there's any, we had Joe and I and Dwayne participated in a meeting in Cody with Representative Newsom last Thursday and discussed the preference point changing to bonus point bill. There were about 80 folks in attendance. They asked really good questions. I thought it was a really good event. It was basically 2 hours talking about the challenges of not only the task force and going through this, but of just that bill in particular and why we came up with those. And Joe did a great job. Dwayne did a great job. And I thought we did like I said, I thought we did a really good job explaining to the folks there the reasons for that. And it kind of gave us a probably a preamble of what we'll hear from the committee. I think it's going to be on the Senate side first at the legislature, and then passes the Senate, it'll go to the House. So probably hear some of those same questions from those folks. So if anybody else has anything before we start, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I just wanted to bring it up that after that meeting, I had probably at least 6 people who came up to me and thanked me for the work the task force has done. So sometimes we hear a lot of negative stuff, but I thought it was pretty nice to hear some positive things. So thank you for me.
Yeah, thank you for that, Dwayne. Same thing. I had a lot of conversation with the folks afterwards, and they were appreciative of the work that we've done. And it certainly isn't perfect for everybody, but the work has been done. So does anybody have anything else? Josh, you got anything?
I don't.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and I would entertain an approval of the agenda. And just before we do that, I want to make sure everybody knows that it's about a half a day of an agenda, but there's also some time in there for us to discuss anything that we think we didn't discuss and get some of those things out there or things that needed to be cleaned up. So knowing that there might be a few things that we don't know will be on this agenda. We also don't know how long, we'll have the discussion with Governor Gordon when he shows up. So anyway, I would entertain an approval of the agenda. And if anybody knows of any of those things you want to discuss, we can add that. Certainly we need to make sure we go over some of the things that were really hard to hear on the September meeting. I went back finally and found all of my notes, and we'll make sure that we have those things from that September meeting. We had a little bit of a change in staff at that time, and the recording's really hard to hear. So we'll go through that also. But is there anything else that we want to make sure we talk about? Joe, I think we did maybe make a comment. We might make sure that we visited about some things you weren't clear about, maybe on the asking the department to look at what a high demand unit would be. I don't remember what the language on that was.
Is it always on? Oh. Okay, yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one of the pieces that I asked Josh and Rusty about was just a follow-up. When we went out for public comment after August meeting, one of the 2 areas I think that survived the oh so wonderful and everything we love, grand compromise proposal was the establishment of waiting periods for high demand areas that passed our committee 14-1, went out for public comment. You saw the comment, I think, at the September meeting. There really wasn't a lot of it there at all, but I can't find anything in the September meeting notes that issue was discussed, nor was it recommended to move forward. So I just asked Rusty and Josh if we could revisit that today.
Okay, we'll make sure we visit about that. I got those notes down here, Joe. So thank you for that. We'll squeeze it in there at some point.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move we approve the agenda with additions as necessary.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the agenda with changes as necessary. Any further discussion?
Hey, Mr. Chairman, this is Brian.
Go
So
ahead, Brian.
Senator Hicks at the last meeting asked for there to be an agenda item specific to an update on recommendations that were directed at the commission and where we're at. Now that's captured in this summary sheet that everybody has. So that it's not listed here as an agenda item. I just want to note that when we go through each one of these recommendations and brief them, that status will be provided at that time, just to make that really clear for everyone. And then Representative Summers just brought to my attention that there's an item not on the list that we did recommend. Somehow I missed that. And that was the recommendation to increase the non-resident special license fees at the levels that we recommended. So that needs to be added to this list, and I will do that when it gets briefed and when it gets finalized.
Great. Thank you for that, Brian. And thank you guys for reviewing those things and making sure we have everything on there. Appreciate that. That's an important one. That's already in draft, a bill draft. So, okay, great. Thank you. Any other discussion on that? Okay, all in favor on the agenda, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. And then we have the minutes from the November meeting. If you've had a chance to review those, hopefully you have. Does anybody have any changes on those? Or if not, I would entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Jamie and seconded by Lee, I believe, to approve the minutes from November. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Okay, moving right into the agenda, then we're gonna go into the migration corridor update.
Okay, where's Doug at? He's here. Is he online?
He was here.
Yeah. I just wanted- Go get Doug, yeah. I think everybody knows Doug. He's been here before us before, but this is Doug Rimmeyer, Deputy Chief of Wildlife. And he will give us a quick update on migration corridors.
Yeah, good morning, members of the task force. Good to see you all this morning. I'm surprised that you had a good turnout considering conditions across the state. With migration corridors, last meeting, it was asked where we were at with some of the designation process, and we have an incredible amount of data. And I think, as you're aware, pronghorn are just a little bit of a different critter than mule deer. They don't have that same fidelity as they move across the landscape. Some of those animals are nomadic, where they just move in a general area. Others are long distance, and some are resident. So we've started looking at the amount of data that we have with the pronghorn, And we're starting to analyze that data a little bit differently. So we're looking at how those animals are moving. We're trying to do some statistical work with the University of Wyoming. And we still have the sublet pronghorn is high on our list. We're ready to, to start working on that data and try and get some maps together and look at that a little bit closer internally before we go to the commission to have them updated on that movement patterns and kind of the threat analysis that we would look at with that population. So we're in the designation process. We're moving forward with that, but we're trying to do what's right with the population and try and do a good analysis of that data. We also have the southwest portion of that herd unit. We do have some animals radio collared yet, so we're still trying to collect a little bit more data in the very southern reaches of that herd unit.
I'm gonna just interject quick before you talk about Wyoming range, but the pronghorn, as Doug indicated, when we look at the 3 corridors that are already designated, there's some very clear distinctions for high use portions of the corridor that really stand out and are meaningful to decision makers when no matter who the decision maker is, whether it's counties or whether it's federal agencies, whether it's private landowners making decisions on their own land, they can actually use it to make informed decisions. And so far, the pronghorn data has just been much less clear.
Yeah, so some of the, as I mentioned, so there were 600 radio collars. And then if you went down towards the southwest corner, the Kemmerer area, we had a hole in that data set. So 2 years ago, the Pinedale folks did get out and get some more collars put out in that portion of the herd unit. And when those pronghorn move, like I said, some of them are just kind of move around within the Farson area to Pinedale and the Mesa. Some of them go all the way from Rock Springs, of course, through the pronghorn path of the pronghorn to Jackson. And so we're trying to find the best statistical methods that we can use to analyze all those different variables that those animals exhibit. So it's in the works. We're working with the University of Wyoming. We're highlighting some new methodologies that'll come out here soon on what we might be able to look at with those movement patterns of those animals. And that's basically on the top of our list. And then secondarily is the Wyoming range, which, as you know, there's quite an extensive data set there. And we want to get through the process with the commission on sublet antelope, and then we're going to move forward with the Wyoming range as well. And the last commission meeting, we did have a pretty good presentation to the commission on the steps we're taking, the outline that we follow. And that's available on the YouTube site if you're interested.
Yeah, Doug, just to back up a little bit on pronghorn, and I know you and Brian have seen the data from that greater Wamsutter area and collaring data, and pronghorn are much easier to block their migration corridor than mule deer by far. And then we've got robust data sets down there that just show one fence. 98% of the movements on one side. And these are just traditional sheep fences and stuff. And I think there's more opportunity to be gained by open up corridors for pronghorn than any other species in the state of Wyoming. And just would, encourage the department to continue to invest in that, because I think it's some real low hanging fruit out there as far as pronghorn movement. Yeah, quite frankly, it's one of our iconic species. We have more pronghorn than the rest of the world, and we don't treat them very well. In fact, we treat them like a second-rate species, and I just like to see more investment into pronghorn, particularly open up some of these migration corridors that are very easily remediated. I mean, we're not talking giant tunnels and overpasses in a lot of cases. It's just some major fence modification. I think we get much bigger bang for our buck to a lot of stuff, and just would really encourage the department to spend much more time looking at pronghorn and migrations.
No, good points. And I think that our managers are pretty sensitive to that as well, and they see it on the ground. Like you said, it's, those herds this time of year, it's pretty obvious where they get hung up and where they are trying to move through. So we're we're sensitive to it and I appreciate the comments.
And Mr. Chairman, I also, and maybe I misheard you, but I thought you said antelope don't show the fidelity to migration patterns that mule deer do, and I would say it's the exact opposite. I mean, there's one track that those antelope run, about that wide.
I'd say that we see some of that, but I think we're across the whole where it goes from summer range to winter range. They have a lot of areas where they kind of braided.
Move around, yeah.
And at least the radio collar data kind of shows that, but there are definitely some places in there where they do have specific places. And I think that all comes out in the data.
Bottlenecks are really clear, like Trapper's Point. I mean, that's a bottleneck. But when you look at a map of like the sublet mule deer next to the pronghorn looks like a big spaghetti map, and the sublet mule deer they're much more defined lines.
Yeah, and that's just, I don't know, it's just the opposite of what I see.
Okay.
I mean, once they come out of that bottleneck, those antelopes still follow a path for miles and miles that's not any wider than this big.
Yeah, we'll analyze the data, and I know I appreciate that. And that's really all I had to cover on deer or on the migrations. We're moving forward. We have some new analysis methodologies that we're working on, and we're trying to apply the best science that we can. And with pronghorn and with mule deer, it looks like we can apply some statistics that better define where they do select to go.
Right. One thing I would add too is there are some other very well-defined migration corridors, but we haven't spent the amount of time on them that we have others because they're in places that are already protected. For example, the mule deer migration that goes from Grand Teton Park over to the north and south forks of the Shoshone River. I mean, those migration paths are almost entirely through designated wilderness or on the forest at least. And so, there's no need to designate those kind of corridors. We focus more on those where we think that a designation might actually help. So.
Mr. Chairman. So I'm gonna pile on Larry's question a little bit. So, I mean, the big focus has always been on the path of the antelope, and I've seen that collaring data, in the Farson area where it does look like you dumped a pan of spaghetti out on the table, but is that your sole focus on antelope right now with regard to migration corridors? Seems to me, maybe Larry's asking a broader question and giving his thoughts about directing the department to look at other areas. I mean, greater Wamsutter area is a much different herd than I think you're talking about. So do we have collars out there? Do we have plans to put collars out there? Because one fence can wipe out
Sure.
thousands of antelope. And so do we have collars out there? Are we looking at other areas, not just the sexy one because there's a book about it and they migrate 200 miles?
We do have an incredible amount of data, and we have collars out in a lot of different areas of the state. I don't know specifically if the Red Desert has. I know we had some animals that were collared there. I don't know if the sample size meets what we want, but we have those as priorities, and we have the ability to kind of move forward with some additional analysis. But we're focusing at this point right now on where the largest data set is, just to get that through the public process and then and the commission's process. And then we have those other herd units that we want to work on. So like around Interstate 80, Shirley Basin, we have 6 years of data from Shirley Basin that we're going to be looking at as well for antelope.
The thing I would add to is that Doug came here today to talk about places where we're talking about designation. There's a whole lot of animal movement that happens in other places where we've done a lot of work. I mean, that I'm thinking right now, there's no designation where we just went in and very simply aligned the fences on the highway so that the gates were double as wide, twice as wide as a normal gate, and they're aligned straight across the road. So when the antelope hit that highway in the winter, the gates are wide open. They look straight across the road and they cross the road. We've got fence conversion work that's been we've had those projects all over the state, some for mule deer, some for pronghorn. So there's been work even though where there's not a designation. So it's kind of two different things, but our field folks are definitely and have been for a long time. I think of even back when I was in the field, we did a lot of work every winter to go work on fences and gates during the winter by Hannah. You know, that was one place that we've done quite a bit. So,
Yeah,
but
and
the point is well taken. I mean, we do talk a lot about mule deer and not as much about pronghorn and the good senator's right. There's need to have emphasis on pronghorn.
Well, and the reason I bring that up is because the emphasis drives funding, right? It's easy, you know, it's hard to go get funding if there's not a perceived issue out there, even though that all of us that live out there, we see it every day and we work around the edges of it, but it's just much more difficult to go out and chase either federal dollars to farm bill or any of these other things if there's not a bright star there that says this is an issue for pronghorn. And that's what I'm saying. This is more emphasis, even if it's not a statewide working group type thing. But even elevate those local issues that you're talking about to a level that at some point they're in some depository or at least highlighted within the department stuff. I rely on that to then go out to those funding agencies, you know, whether it's the Wildlife Trust Fund or Farm Bill funding, you know, they've got fencing initiatives there for quote migration corridors, but it's just hard to go out there and leverage the funding when you know what the solution to the problem is. And that's why I'd say, you know, that emphasis would be a big help just to say in these areas, you know, migrations are an issue for pronghorn and designate some of these high priority red desert herds or sublette herds or Hannah herds. But that's what I'm saying. It makes it much more difficult to go address the problem, even with the industry. So,
Mr. Chairman, has the department ever thought about, you know, we have, what do we call the mule deer? We have the mule deer initiative, which was funded, you know, at once for $2.5 million, $500,000 a year over 5 years. I think it's continued on beyond that.
it has.
Have you ever pondered creating a pronghorn initiative? I mean, I don't know why we would, you know, I never thought about it. We do treat pronghorn kind of like the bastard step cousin. It's like Uncle Eddie shows up at your house at Christmas. You really don't want anything, but I mean, they're important. I mean, they provide so much hunting opportunity to our youth and folks like me that are crippled and have to hunt out of pickups and stuff. Why wouldn't, I mean, why wouldn't the department think about forming a pronghorn working group and funding it like that, which automatically gives Larry funding to go have other funding? We made up to, I don't remember us doing that.
No, we've dealt with pronghorn much more on the, you know, on an individual project level. We have not done a pronghorn initiative.
And
It was about priority. I mean, when we prioritized resources going clear back to 2007, when the mule deer initiative started, that's what we heard from folks was the highest species of concern in our state was mule deer, and that's where we prioritize the resources. I mean, that's
Sure.
the fact of the matter. Now,
Yeah.
you know, that doesn't mean there's not opportunity to look at also prioritizing pronghorn, but I certainly wouldn't want to take our foot off the gas with the interest we have in our state right now and the declines we've had in mule deer. On mule deer, I don't want to back off at all there.
Mr. Chairman, I would encourage the department to be extremely as open as possible on this migration designation. Because we're getting, as commissioners, we're getting a lot of push from people wanting to know why we haven't done it yet. And what's the rationale? So I think the department, you know, they have valid reasons for why, but I think they need to make it more public. If possible, to let them know that you are working on it and that, you know, as soon as information is gathered and sifted through whatnot, then it's on that process, because there's people out there that want to think that the information is there already. So what's the holdup?
certainly, and I think we have a paper that was submitted with the University of Wyoming. So in following the executive order, we want to use the best available science. And so part of that is taking this large data set from Sublet, using some statistical methodology to try and look at other ways to identify where those animals collectively go instead of individually, because it was, like Brian said, it was a plate of spaghetti. And so that paper's in review right now. And once that's published, that'll give us another basis to try and use, again, the best science to analyze that population. And we've been working on that the last year with University of Wyoming and the Migration Initiative.
I think one reason maybe why we don't treat antelope quite the same, we view them as being very resilient. I know up in our area, if we're down for a year or two, we always go out, they'll be good, they'll be back. They have twins, they have triplets, they'll be back quick. And so I think a lot of that attitude is, but they're an interesting critter because you have the migration corridors in your part of the world where fences are a problem. Yet you have small migratory routes from, like, say, the Sheridan area out to the U-Cross area every year. And it's just like Albert's talking about. I mean, they're as wide as a hood of a pickup. Fences aren't a problem. They don't, it's just not an issue in our area. We have much smaller pastures, much smaller acreages, and fences are very easily handled by antelope in those areas. It's so interesting depending on which part of the state. You get the part of the state where they hit a fence, that's the end of it. Our way, all it is just a flip in the road. They're just flying over it, just like mule deer. So they're an interesting animal, and I think that's probably one of the reasons why we haven't put it, is because we felt it to be extremely resilient.
So Doug, I'd like to just talk a little bit about the use of best available science, and then dovetail right into what Albert said and reiterated by Pete. So this is my experience, 30-some years, 32 years in the bags area. So when the oil and gas industry started to take off, working with the Bureau as part of the environmental impact statement, we collared deer, lots of deer, a decade worth of deer collaring data. But we captured one piece of the entire herd, right? So now we have a designated migration corridor. And I'm going to tell you, there isn't a rancher or anybody that's lived in that valley for over 20 years is going to tell you that's not the big migration corridor. It's the one that comes off the national forest and goes to Battle Mountain and Horse Mountain and then Muddy Mountain and then crosses the highway at the Deer Pond. Doesn't show up in the database because it wasn't driven by oil and gas development. So you have this huge component.
Sure.
And so then when we deal with the BLM on EIS level decisions, they say, well, the department hasn't designated as a migration corridor because we don't, it's best available science is great where you have it, but we don't have it everywhere. And so then you have to revert back to local knowledge of your game and fish people, those people who live there for multiple generations. And we're missing opportunities. And it frustrates me to no end to sit here and say, well, we have to have the best available science. We can't afford the best available science on every single wildlife population corridor in the state of Wyoming. So if that becomes the bar, we're going to miss a lot of opportunities, and we're going to develop some critical areas for wildlife in the state of Wyoming. Should have had some special consideration. So I would really, really caution the idea that we have to have the best quote available science, which nowadays everybody, if you don't have GPS collaring data, you don't have any science. That migration corridor that Representative Summers is talking about doesn't exist. And I get really tired of that discussion of trying to defend wildlife, crucial winter ranges and migration corridors, and get it thrown right back in my face that we have no science that show that actually exists. And yet you can drive out there and drive across the road after a snowstorm and see where 2,000 mule deer across the county road. But boy, that's not science. And so I really caution that comment about best available science for wildlife management, because we can't afford it everywhere.
Okay.
The one thing I would offer there, Senator, is that, if you remember back to when we went through this process and did the executive order, the critics all said, we don't like this because the Game and Fish is going to go designate every corridor in the state, regardless of whether they have the information or not. And so we're trying to balance that to make sure when we do go through a public process and designate something that's going to have an effect on land management decisions, that it's based in something other than just observations. And so it's a tight balancing act. We don't want to create, run this big red flag up again that Game and Fish is trying to designate the state of Wyoming.
Well, and I understand that. We had that discussion and stuff, but when you've got 40 or 50 years worth of wolf data that shows this is where it's at, you've got biological data. You know, and so we just need to be cautious because it always elevates the collaring data now. If you don't have collaring data, you have no science, and I just reject that outright.
Thank you. And I think Mr. Crank made that very clear when he was commissioner for the Game and Fish that we need to look at on the ground as well. And we tried to, as Brian said, balance that when we were doing the analysis on these. And if there was holes in the data, we identified that and tried to do the best we could.
Mr. Chairman, I think the department has moved. You know, there was a day, I'm having flashbacks from the worst day of my life as a commissioner. Everyone that was there smiling. But there was a day because, you know, no matter what Game and Fish says, they get kicked in the head from both sides. You know, so if they say, this is a migration corridor, because Albert told me it is, and the ranchers, you know, his family has lived on that piece of land, watches this antelope path year after year. They get kicked in the head, you know, by one side, and then they don't, if they ignore that, they get kicked in the head by the other side. So that, you know, they just have a tough balancing act. But I will tell you, I believe that from my 9-year day in the commission till today, they've moved towards where you're suggesting, Senator Hicks. And I'm with you. You know, if Albert tells me these pronghorn will walk past my house every year for 200 years, according to my grandpa, that's a migration corridor to me and it ought to be protected. But it's this strange world we live in where there's so much passion for wildlife. Everyone wants to beat anyone who takes a position rightly or wrongly. But they're going the right direction, I believe.
Well, and I appreciate that. My note was just a cautionary note is the terminology best available science reverts to the most expensive science. And that'll just lead us to a point where we miss a lot of opportunities. And that was what I was trying.
That's a fair point. And we've designated other areas as, you know, cabin areas or crucial winter range a long time ago without having that kind of information.
Yeah.
So it is possible.
Well, and you don't need to necessarily designate it as a migration corridor possibly to fix the problem, right?
No, we just need to recognize that, I don't know, that actually has to have the designation, you know, going through the governor's process and all that just says it's a high priority area for movement, or whatever.
So if it's one,
Just recognize
if
it.
it's one large sheep fence in one area, we know you don't have to necessarily designate it as a corridor. The department has discretionary funds in an account. The department could identify that, come to them and say, hey, commission, spend $100 grand on this fencing project in this area. And let the Wildlife Resource Natural Trust Fund and other entities participate. Let's fix this problem. And then you don't have that whole delay of this arduous designation process.
I just think we have to be careful. We can't be a rush to designate these corridors either. There's lots of other moving parts. I mean, there's private land rights, there's state issues. I mean, there's lots of different issues that if we just designate a route that has far-reaching effects on people's lives, and I think we have to be careful of that. I don't. That's one reason why the government set up the system he did. I wasn't necessarily in favor of that at the beginning, but I've kind of grown to appreciate the process in that trying to make sure that all interests are taken care of. Because I know when we were going through the oil and gas for some migration places, where the private land people were all up in arms because they couldn't get to the minerals. They couldn't raise money over there because we had a designation in area. So then you had people on the other side that are strictly for the wildlife, and they don't really care about the private land issues. But I think we have to be careful how we proceed and make sure that all parties are involved.
No argument there. And again, I don't think everything has to have a designated corridor. It's just a recognition that it's pretty valuable for wildlife movement.
And I believe that our wildlife managers do take into account migration type issues when they're talking about management decisions, whether they're established as an actual corridor or not.
Great discussion. Certainly one that's going to continue for a long time. Does anybody else have any questions for Doug?
Yeah, Rusty, I do. Can
Go
you hear
ahead.
me okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
Loud and clear.
Doug, I was curious, I have heard quite a bit of chatter regarding the Wyoming range mule deer. And I'm curious if you could just give some sort of an update on a time frame that you anticipate maybe moving that needle forward.
So that's a real good question. And I think I think it's going to depend on how the pronghorn public process goes and the designation that we're going to start analyzing that data as soon as we get some drafts of the pronghorn out. We've got some preliminary views of that data, but we're going to start here within the next few months to analyze it further. But the process could, once you get into that flow chart of where you need to be and develop the risk, the threat analysis, and then the risk assessment, that all takes quite a bit of time, Josh. And I'd hate to put a timeline on our folks, but we'll get started on it this summer for sure.
All right. Thanks for that update, Doug.
One thing too, that I think to note here, Josh, is that if there's a particular place where there's an identifiable problem that needs to be addressed, we don't necessarily have to wait for a designation. I mean, those things can be evaluated now before there is, it hasn't gone through the process. It may not get designated, but if there's areas like, like at Fremont Lake at that bottleneck, if we know of places like that and identify them, we could there's projects that we can take on before a designation.
I agree. And I think that with the commission's commitment on the Mule Deer Initiative funds, a lot of our folks have been targeting, treatments and fence designs and different things along that, in that herd unit already, because it's one of those high priority herds. So.
Great. Thanks again, Doug. Any other questions? Okay. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You thought that was going to be easy.
Okay, so we have next on the agenda is a draft amendment for the Big Five price increase. And so the bill that we put forward or the recommendation that's now a draft bill does not include the Big Five. And so the amendment is to include the changes to the Big Five. And I actually don't have that in front of me, Brian. Is one of the, I don't know if Senator Hicks, I don't want to put you on the spot. Do you have that?
So was the question, do I actually have the amendment?
Correct.
No, I don't have that. I think that when I visit with Albert, we're getting that drafted up now.
Okay.
I don't have the price. I don't have the numbers.
I've got the numbers. And so.
So what I wonder though is,
And I thought, Brian, the department, I'm trying to figure out, wasn't the department going to work with the TR? I'm just trying to figure out what we had agreed to do.
if we were going to take the lead on drafting the amendment, I don't have it written down.
Okay.
We sure can. But it actually was briefed in front of the committee by you.
Yep.
And that's what I think the task force should vote on, is whether they support what was presented to Travel, Recreation, Wildlife by Senator Hicks at their October 26th meeting.
So I can go through that, Rusty. I did bring the information that was presented to the committee there. And so the amendment just deals with sheep, moose, goat, and bison, so, and grizzly bears. And so the proposed amendment that the task or that the committee considered, and I'll just give you some numbers because this is the data that was presented to them. So what it did is it showed the average price from all the states that offer these sheep license, moose, goat, bison. Grizzly's a whole different animal because there's only 3 states, but so what it did is it shows the average. So I'll just run through these for everybody. So the average sheep price, and this runs anywhere from North Dakota to California, for all the states that have sheep. The range was $1,059 to $3,260. The average of the top two was 2735. The recommendation was 3,000, which is New Mexico has the highest non-resident sheep license, so Wyoming would then have the second highest non-resident sheep license. But it fits closely to that average of the top two. For moose, the range ran from $1,360 to $2,950, and the recommendation was $2,750. For goat, the range was $1,360 to $2,950, and the recommendation was $2,750. For bison, which had a large range, the range ran from $1,340 to $6,541. The recommendation was $6,000. And the recommendation for grizzly bears was $7,500. If and when we're able to hunt them, that would be the non-resident price. So that would be the recommendation for those for non-residents.
So just real quick, thank you for that, Senator Hicks. So we actually did vote on that the last meeting. And so
Yes. That was my recollection, so it's just a matter of now getting the amendment drafted up. Is that
Okay.
correct?
that's correct.
Okay,
Yeah, now that I look here, Rusty, I did have it as being already approved, so we don't need to vote on it. I don't know why it was on the agenda.
Probably because I didn't review that good enough.
so just, Mr. Chairman, for the purposes, I'll take the lead on that and I'll get that amendment drafted up because that is a Senate file. It'll come to the Senate first, so I'll get the amendment prepared with LSO for the committee. So when that comes over, it's presented to the committee. And we do have the recommendation to move forward with that from the task force, so.
Great. Thank you, Senator Hicks.
Hey, Rusty, can I jump in and diverge for just 1 second?
Sure.
I'll just do this earlier. So there's a Transportation Commission meeting tomorrow, starts at 8:30. Item 6 on the agenda is what's called Wildlife Conservation Account Rules. And a real quick bit of history. I found, well, on the Transportation Commission, that they were proposing to spend money out of that account for stuff other than posts in the ground and fences and wildlife crossings. And as I want to do, I kind of raised heck about that. And I said, look, this is a voluntary account. And if we spend money to pay overhead of YDOT, we're going to kill the program. Governor agreed with me and directed the Transportation Department to adopt the rules, explicitly saying how monies will be expended out of that account. The first draft that YDOT created basically limited a little bit, but not as much as I wanted. And so I redrafted those rules and submitted them back to YDOT. And my set of rules requires both Game and Fish Commission approval and YDOT Commission approval for any expenditures out of that account, and trying to factually lay out what was an appropriate expenditure. And so engineering fees of YDOT engineers would not be appropriate to be paid out of that account. And so basically sticks in the ground and crossings and fences, real wildlife crossing projects could be funded. So that's on the agenda tomorrow. And I would like a recommendation on that. I would urge anyone that's curious, I think probably looking at the timing and what's ahead of that, by about 9:30, we ought to be discussing that. And so they're public meetings, they're by Zoom. If anyone wants to appear and comment on how those rules should be drafted or what should be in there, I would urge you to do so.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm just wondering, you know, if we've got a quorum here of the committee, whether we could make a recommendation to that effect from the Wildlife Task Force to YDOT, given the fact that most of us, or very few of us, will be able to attend the commission meeting. I think it's appropriate to take a formal action at this time. So if you're inclined, co-chairman, I would make that motion.
Second.
I think it's appropriate and I appreciate that. Do you have some language that you want to use? Just want to use that conversation that Pat just had as your motion.
Mr. Chairman, I think the critical thing is that those be approved by some policy body, and if the motion is to recommend that those rules provide that any expenditure out of that account needs to be approved by the Wyoming Transportation Commission and the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission, that could be appropriate. That's my thought. You know, I'm a member of this task force and one member of that board, but I think it's appropriate that a policy-making body review the expenditure of those funds. They're important funds. It's a great resource, but someone needs to say, spend money out of that account. And I think it's both bodies.
What's the name of the account?
Wyoming license plate.
I believe it's called the Wildlife Conservation Account. And Pat, I can tell you, as our organization worked with Representative Stan Blake at the time to draft that bill, that was entirely the intent of how those funds would be expended. It was, you're spot on. You could not be more clear as to the way that bill was not only promoted, but the buy-in of how those funds would be allocated. So I'm glad to see you're in a position to be able to help clarify that.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that this body, that the Wildlife Task Force recommends to WYDOT in the adoption of any rules that any expenditures out of the Wildlife Conservation Account be approved by both the Transportation Commission and the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Larry and seconded by, was that Representative Summers? Oh, Pete, sorry, thank you. Any more discussion?
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question. So help me, I'm supportive of it. I think it's great. I do worry sometimes when we keep adding bodies upon bodies and the review process for expenditures that maybe delays things. But give me an idea, how do these projects, is this part of an annual budget from YDOT? Is this a coordinated effort with Game and Fish initially? Or are these case by case, they come up on a quarterly basis? Or do you envision this being on both commissions' agendas every time they meet? I'm just curious on how the projects are identified and how they're budgeted and planned for.
You know, you take a step right what I experienced. So as we were trying to build the I-25 fencing project, YDOT engineering staff approached Game and Fish staff and said, hey, we want to pay for this with money out of that project. So it's going to be pretty, I think what your concern is, it certainly won't be an agenda item every time. It would be a request on a specific crossing project or conservation project associated with the highway system, you know, that maybe comes up once a year or maybe twice a year. But, you know, what was happening was YDOT was saying, we're going to spend this money, and staff would have to say yay or nay. And I just thought it needed to elevate a little bit. So, Brian,
That's right. I mean, the only other thing I'd add is that YDOT and us, the departments, prioritize the top 3 to 5 wildlife crossing projects in the state. And I don't see a time in the near future anywhere where that money there wouldn't be a proposal to spend that money on one of those high priority crossing projects.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, go ahead, Jamie.
just a quick question for either Pat or Larry, since he's on appropriations. Do you guys have any indication how much money sits in that account presently?
Appropriations doesn't get to see what's in YDOT's budget.
No, so it sits in the wildlife, the wildlife conservation account sits at Game and Fish?
it's a specific account, and I can mess around on my phone here in just a second and tell you what's in there. We get a report of that every month. And I'm gonna stab and say, I'm not gonna stab, Jamie, let me do that and I'll report back. I just gotta find my materials from the last meeting.
It's in the 1 million range, not the 10 million range.
That's what I was gonna stab at, was 1 million or so.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Like, any opposed? Okay, not hearing anybody opposed, so we're gonna say that's a unanimous decision, but actually, I think Senator Driscoll is, I don't see him on. And so we'll have Senator Driscoll, so 17 ayes and 1 absent. Good discussion. Thank you for that, Pat. Appreciate it.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, just to finish that up, now that we've taken a motion and an action on that, what do we need to do to get that to the Transportation Commission meeting tomorrow, Pat?
Well, I will convey the exact motion and the second and the vote. I'm not popular on that commission anyway, so they.
Well, that's what I'm just wondering. If we need something in writing signed by the two chairs. You're just a delivery boy instead of the messenger at that point in time. So
That would be great if we can pull that off. I mean.
Yeah, I don't know whether the staff there, Brian, would be able to draft something today or not. I mean, it's a 1.5 page or a paragraph. Maybe Pat can help with that today and we can sign that before tomorrow's meeting, or we have an electronic signature, so.
Yeah, we can, I mean, if we want to have something in a letter, we can do it. That's not an issue at all. Have done that.
I think that would be appropriate. I think it'll help Pat.
We can do her. We'll get her done.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on, and then you'll have to just let me know as soon as Governor Gordon gets there. We'll stop and go to him. But we'll start the donated license program recommendation. Who wants to cover that?
Got Jennifer
Okay.
talking this was about issue, if I recall right, this is issues regarding the topic we discussed last time on abuse of the donated license program. Am I correct in that?
I think you're right. I don't remember us saying that there was. Yeah, I guess I'll turn it over to Jennifer, but that was the conversation.
Yeah, and I think where we're at with this is we've agreed to go analyze some of the license issuance and to see if we can identify if there's really a trend, if there really is an issue, how many people are having multiple licenses over multiple years, and then make a decision as to whether we think we ought to bring this up with the commission or not. But we haven't done that to this point, so it's kind of on our radar screen. It's come up both from the task force as well as from other members of the public. That's what I recall. Do you recall anything different than that, Jennifer? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, this is Pat, if I might, just so I can answer Jamie's question. The most recent budget information I've received for tomorrow's meeting shows that there's $1,145,238.72 in that wildlife conservation trust account.
Thank you, Pat. So Brian, I don't know that there's any recommendations or anything that we need to make on this item then. It's just something that we're aware of. Okay. Anything else on that? Okay. Let's see. Do we want to jump into the information presentation on mule deer, or do we want to talk about a couple of the other items that we brought up earlier here?
My recommendation is that we talk about those items that are kind of unresolved.
Okay. So I'll start with the 24-hour window for resident preference points. And I have this, my notes from September that Joe moved that, and believe it or not, seconded by Pat. And that it was a 14 ayes and 1 nay. And so that would be a 24-hour window for resident preference on the leftover draw.
So I put that on the list here because I recall that the way you did Rusty, I just didn't have it annotated.
Okay.
Hard to hear, so I just put, it'll be finalized at this meeting, but I think what the question for the task force here is today is that just to confirm with everyone that was their recollection that it was voted on and that that's a recommendation we want to send forward to the commission. Yes.
Yes. I don't know what happened here.
Solved. I thought that was the case, but I just wanted to double and triple check if that was the case. That was going to be a recommendation from the group.
Okay. And then let's move, Joe. Why don't you bring up your item next?
He just walked out of the room.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, here he is. He's coming back in. Hey, Joe. You're up. Waiting periods.
We were waiting out in the hall.
Yeah.
Here's the grand entrance.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Good morning again. This was just more of a housekeeping follow-up, trying to clean up as we were going through the draft of the recommendations that were sent out. I think I reached out to the director and our two co-chairs and said one of the items we approved to move forward for public comment with the intent to act on one of the pieces out of the grand compromise, if you will, was the establishment of high demand and standard demand units, and then the creation of 3-year waiting periods for individuals who drew a high demand unit. That passed our committee. I went back and looked at the notes. It was a 14-1. Approval went out for public comment. When we got the public comment back on that, there was only 19 resident comments, and granted, I think the majority were against that, but there were 4 or 5 that were either for it or agnostic towards it. So not compelling public comment with it, but it doesn't appear that was ever discussed at the September meeting, and so I just didn't want to let that die, and thought we'd have the conversation. Do we want to continue and act on that and move it forward or not? I don't recall, and Mr. Speaker, Senator, you may be able to help me if that will require legislative.
So legislative thing.
And so that puts us up kind of against a tight timeline now with the session starting, probably not a committee bill, but perhaps an individual bill. But anyways, and then feedback from the department on this is something that we want to pursue. This goes back to the different approaches to trying to solve some of the equity issues for the most sought after units, sought after animals in the state. And I think when we modeled it, this actually had a better shifting from a percentage point for drawing than doing 90-10 or some of the other things. And so anyways, it was something the committee put out for public comment with the intent to act on at the subsequent meeting. It was never acted upon. And so I thought it'd be worth us bringing back and decide, do we want to act on this?
One thing I would offer logistically too is, if this task force was to pass a recommendation, they could put a timeline on it as well. And it doesn't have to necessarily go to this session. I mean, that's obviously that's easier, but there's a lot of bills in front of this year from the task force that are going to be discussed and debated. So, I mean, it's certainly an option that the group, if that's the desire of the group, and they were going to recommend that it could be taken to the interim, it could be recommended to be brought as a bill in the following year during the budget session. There's a lot of options here if we don't want to try to push it through this year.
Mr. Chairman and Director Nesbitt, that's a good point. And I think I'd love to hear some feedback from Representative Summers and Senator Hicks and possibly Representative Flitman as well. I think that's maybe the more prudent approach. If the recommendation came from us for it to be assigned to the interim committee to be considered for legislation, either in the next budget session, I don't know if it get introduced or the following year. I think that would be okay. I do think there's a big lift before the committee and the legislature. Adding this one in may water down some of our priority efforts. And so that might be the more prudent approach, but I don't know, Albert or Larry, if you've got feedback there.
So, Mr. Chairman, I know when I talked to my sportsmen about this issue, they were split on it, frankly. And so I think it would be a good idea to do it in an interim. That way you can kind of get it hashed out, find out what people think of that issue alone. We just keep bringing issues, and so it's the same. I think if you have an individual issue like that, it might be better through an interim, but I already got a lot of bills. I'm not sure I want to pack another one. I'm betting Senator Hicks has his limit.
And yours.
Yeah.
You know, one of the best ways to get a topic on there, obviously, if this committee makes a recommendation, I think it would probably make it on there, but the other way to do that is just get a bill drafted up. And that becomes a starting point, and it may never even be introduced. But it's something that's out there that the committee, and I'm similar to Albert, but I've sponsored this type of bill in the past, so it's not like it's the necessarily foreign concept for LSO to go out there and pull the old bill out and bring it out and just get it drafted. But I would follow the direction of whatever the task force wants to do there.
I'll offer another option. There's all the other waiting periods are in statute. There are at least some folks that their interpretation of the current statutory authority of the commission is that the commission could do a waiting period. You know, a possible path forward here would be the task force recommends that the commission consider this and either pass it as a regulation or following their public process and their consideration, forward it on as a recommendation to the legislature. That could be a way to, because I think that we need attorneys to give us a 100% solid answer on whether this is a regulation or statute. I tend to lean towards statute just because all other waiting periods are in statute.
So here's the thing that the trouble with even kicking this into an interim, and what I've seen has been a problem with what I would say a lot of the decisions. I don't mean necessarily a problem, just an issue that we didn't recognize early on in the process. We've made a lot of decisions based on public comment that represents less than 1% of the total hunting population in the state of Wyoming. Quite frankly, I think we've made some erroneous decisions as a task force. And it just goes back to the age-old thing that you have a very small number of people that are extremely passionate about issues and they show up, but they don't always represent the majority. And so I just wonder, Director, on something like this, if we did kick it over to the commission, would there be an opportunity to go out and what I think we should have done is actually on some of these really big policy level issues is had at our disposal the ability to have a consultant go out and do random sampling of the population instead of the 3 or 4 guys with their hair on fire and citing the 20 hunting buddies that they have around the state of Wyoming. And so I think that this will probably be one of those subjects that we would want to try to get better input with a random sampling of the sports people, and that would be something that with the commission and the department be able to do that. I think we'll make a lot better decisions.
Yeah, you know, we did do on behalf of the legislature, which is a little bit different than, I guess, the norm. We did do a pretty good sampling effort on one of the bills that was being considered during the interim. It must have been the preference point to bonus point topic. It was either that one or it was no, I think it was that one. It's the one that went to TRW in August. So my point is that, yeah, the answer to your question is we could do something very similar to that. It was a large sample Remember, that's the one that you all had the pie charts on that showed 60-some% support for the recommendation of the task force. I don't remember how many people, but it was in the thousands. So that's something that we could certainly do. And, you know, this could be punted from the task force to the commission to look at and seek more public input prior to deciding which is the governing body that has to make the decision. I know that the reason there's any question here is that the commission has the ability to set percentages on deer, elk, and antelope that they don't on bighorn sheep and moose and bison. Those are statutory. So then the question becomes, can the commission do a waiting period for those licenses that they can decide what percentage is issued resident, non-resident? So that's the reason there's a little bit of question here about who has to make the final call on this, but that's an option anyway that we can, and we're certainly willing to take this thing forward if that's the desire of the task force and to do some more public comment.
Well, and so just thinking of the time frame, depending on when the commission wanted to take that forward, if there was a majority of public support for it, we could always get it on the agenda for TRW at their second meeting in the fall to get legislation sponsored. You know, we could put a placeholder in there with TRW, but I think a robust, statistically designed, random sampling, you know, and you know, those surveys can always elicit the response that you want, but I think just the questions you ask are important on that issue. If you're just a general license holder and never have applied from a limited quota permit, this just doesn't have any implications to you one way or another. This is only those, you know, limited quota harder to draw, but I think the better information we have, the better decisions we can make. And so my preference would be, if the department's willing, would be to kick it over into you guys, and if the commission can get something done in the next, say, 6 months, that there's still plenty of opportunity to get a committee bill out late next fall. So if it requires legislation, if the commission determines they can do it by rule and there's enough public support, you can move forward.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I agree. I think if it goes to the commission, I think it needs time, because I'm not convinced that we have enough information to make a decision on that. Just as Mr. Summers has found, I found the same way. People were wishy-washy on it. You had some of diehard support and some said, by golly, I want a chance every year. So I think whatever the decision, I think it needs to be in a form where it can be researched much more than what we did.
Robust survey.
So, Mr. Chairman, and they're all great points. I will echo Senator Hicks' concern. One of the challenges, and you guys know this, I don't think I've been shy about it. I've struggled with this is members of this task force have been appointed because of the belief, as I understand it, they represent a substantial expertise or at least awareness of key issues. And of the people in Wyoming that could probably bring an educated, informed, and objective perspective to some of these challenging issues, these individuals were those. And yet, time and again, we kept trying to find consensus in public comment to back our decisions. In fact, only one case, I think, did we actually go forward where the public comment was really adamantly against that. That was in the landowner changes, which were the right changes to make. So I share that frustration that if we're going to do and actually base decisions based on the feedback, and we have to have objective scientific feedback, not just the squeaky wheel. And that has been a frustration of mine. So I don't have a whole lot of hope that no matter what we do, we go out and survey, we're going to find a definitive answer to any of these issues. We're going to have a lot of folks split based on their personal perceptions. But that aside, I mean, I guess then what I would do is I would move that the task force advance the concepts of creating high demand and standard demand units and the establishment of waiting periods for residents for deer, elk, and antelope, and ask that the commission work with the legislature and legal counsel and whoever else to determine the appropriate path to further vet that and advance that for potential legislative or commission action. Okay.
Okay, it's been moved by Joe and seconded by, I didn't hear who the second was.
Pat.
Pat, okay.
Mr. Chairman, just a couple comments.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And so, Joe, you know, as I remember and correct me if I'm wrong, as I remember the original motion that went out, it was a motion, should we go out for public comment with this? Like, not a motion, do we approve this? And so I just want to be clear with me on this motion this is a motion that we want the commission to further examine this idea. We believe there's some validity to examine it further, but this is not a motion that we necessarily support.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, so my recollection, and this is where the minutes become critical, and I get that. My recollection is our process was to seek for public comment, but then also let the public know when we intended to take action on different items. And of the grand compromise, we put out public comment with the intent in September to take public action on this. And I think it was the leftover draw piece, which still needs some reconciliation. So that's my recollection, that the public comment was intended for us to come back and take that action. But I could be wrong. You're obviously far more intelligent than I am, and probably more recollect that. Regardless, it sounds like we don't have the time right now to really advance the legislative approach. So let's use the time to do further analysis, garner the feedback, figure out the legal questions about who has the statutory authority to do that. And then let basically the department, commission, and the legislature figure out if and what's the best mechanism to advance this.
Well, so, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Into that discussion, I think where we're at is we voted to send it out to public comment, but we never followed up and took final action on the proposal. So, I mean, members of this task force could have voted against it or for it, but it just never got there. So I think it's a great idea to have the commission study it and figure it out. That's what the motion is, I believe.
Mr. Chairman, Joe.
Go ahead, Pete.
Is that your motion to research it, or is your motion that's where we go? That's what we do. I thought I heard you say that's what we do. And in that the commission or whatever draft regulation or whatever to have that happen. That's what I heard you say.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the intent of my motion is to say that we looked at this, we considered these whole equity issues. This appeared to be the one thing that came out of the task force as having merit versus point systems and other stuff. We did not take action on it. There's question about how to get it done and when to get it done. And so we're basically saying this is something that we would support, but it needs further analysis. We're not going to exist to do the analysis. So we're asking the department, the commission, and the legislature to determine that. So I don't know.
Yeah, so Pete, I think that to chime in on that, to answer your question, that was the whole part of my discussion to say, look, can the department go out and do a random independent survey? So you can make a very well-informed decision. Saying, so we made a recommendation or voted to move or to at least put it out for public comment. What I'm saying is based on the 19 respondents that we got, we need further rigorous, detailed sampling to make a better decision. That's what I was trying to get at. Let's do the random sampling, hire the consultant, put the question out there, find out what the answer is. And at that point in time, then the commission has the discretion to move one way or another. I agree with that.
So, Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, I want to hear the exact motion.
I wrote that down. I don't.
Okay. Want to rephrase it, Joe? How do you want to do that?
Maybe get 50% of it the same way, right? Yeah, let me try this again, unless we've got good, and you have anything even close to, give us a whirl and then.
Move that the task force advance the concept of creating high and center demand units and establish rating periods for elk and antelope and with the commission and the parties necessary to this.
So we're basically, I support that. We're moving it forward, saying this is probably the best of the worst options to create some of these issues, but recognizing that there's going to have to be further analysis of whether the commission wants to do it and who actually can do it.
So, Mr. Chairman, it's amazing. We're at our last meeting, and I we're all holding hands and singing Kumbaya, and Schaefer and I are still spatting, so, sorry. I seconded the motion. I think we should call for the question, but I'm gonna vote against it because, my only hesitancy is, I think the commission should study it. I think we should have whatever surveys are necessary to garner real public support. I agree with all that. I can't say that this is the best option. I mean, I would have voted against it because I think the devil is in the details with regard to what, if this is adopted, what do you set out for, what do you set out from? There was all that discussion that was never solved, so that, I mean, I'm gonna vote no, but I hope the task force votes aye overall so that we can study this some more and figure out what may be the best solution. I can't say this is the best solution, but.
So any more discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I can't resist it's our last meeting, so a little banter between Mr. Craig and Mr. Schaefer would be fun. So I guess I would say, I don't know that this is the best option. I don't know that there is a perfect option to address the perceived equity or inequity issue with the highest demand limited entry areas. And we've heard that. I think we've had substantial debate and have explored the other primary options that states use. In this case, things such as bonus points, preference points, things like that. The committee was loud and clear, the task force was loud and clear. Those are not the options that we want to pursue. When we modeled this statistically, the one thing that would actually substantially help odds for resident hunters in drawing one of these premium units was the waiting period. In fact, the waiting periods move things far more than any type of shifting allocation would do, or those types of things. What it comes right down to is just that belief. I want a chance every year and I'm willing to accept crummy odds. Those people that tend to take that position are the ones that have had really good luck and have drawn a 61 unit animal multiple times in their life, or, a 124 elk tag multiple times in their life. And then there are those that or three sheep licenses. And then there are those that have never drawn one of those that believe, yes, I want greater equity in this process. And so of all the things we debated, this was the one the task force actually found some type of, I won't say acceptance of, but we were willing to move forward. So is it the perfect answer? No. Is it the best solution out of all we did other than saying absolutely not? I would suggest, yes, it's late to the game. We didn't act on it in September. That's our fault to do it. And, to not do that. So the best thing I could say is there appears to be merit here. We don't know that we're definitive that this is perfect, but kick it to the commission, the department, and the legislature. Let's take a look at it and see, is it worth doing something? Or do we just want to keep living with the system as is? That's really the option. So that's why I moved it. And that's why I'll vote for it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I agree with everything you just said. But I don't agree with forwarding this to the commission with the caveat that they will do it. And then getting more research on it and try to figure out how to do it. It's more of a referring it to the commission to look into it and to further the concept that you're talking about. And they find merit in that, then they make the appropriate changes. But I just feel like your motion just says that's the way we're going. We're taking this to the commission to do it. And I understand everything you're saying. It's just more of semantics, I think, in that it's more of a direction to the commission to look into the high-low draw percentages and see if there's merit in pursuing that, if they can.
That sounds like a friendly amendment. Is that correct?
So I would say, I would be open to a friendly amendment there. But what I'm suggesting is that the task force found merit in this concept, so much so we put it on the comment 14.1, whether we decided we were going to act on it or not, we never did. I don't want to lose that in my motion that this is just a concept that we don't know what we think or where we land on it. And if that's the will of the task force, that this is just a concept, but we're agnostic on it right now and have no clue where we land, then we probably need a friendly amendment.
So so this is what I heard, and this is where I think that we have some agreement on it. So back to Joe's analysis that we went through all these others, this is the one where we think that might have some merit, right? So what we're forwarding on to the commission is this idea of a high demand with the waiting period. Once it gets to the commission, that's what we're recommending them to look at. We're not predisposing the decision that they're going to do this. we're saying this is a recommendation from the task force to look at a high demand with a waiting period, go out and do a robust survey, come back, and then you guys make a decision. At the end of the day, the decision will reside with the commission to either move forward with it or not, based on that more in-depth detailed analysis. But I do think it's important that that's what we're asking them to do, is go look at that component. I do. Yeah, but it doesn't predispose the outcome. The information may come back from the public surveys, that it's just not something that the public's going to support at that point in time, that the commission has the ability to say, okay, we're done with it.
Okay, we got a couple folks that want to weigh in too. I like where that's going. I'm gonna go to Lee and then Cy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll vote in favor of the motion along the lines of what Pete's saying, is if we're forwarding this to the commission to have them take a look at it and see if it's feasible, see if it's what the folks want. But I'm going to jump back on my soapbox and my proposal from quite a while ago that Director Nesvik, I think, labeled the knucklehead proposal. And that is we don't go to high demand, medium demand, whatever demand areas. You can't draw a type 1 license first choice for 3 years. And that's one thing I hope that the commission would look at. I think it's a self-filtering option, and it's going to be less cumbersome to manage than the high demand, low demand areas. And that's my 2 cents worth. But again, I think it has to be, I want it to go forward as the knucklehead proposals.
Okay, go ahead, Cy.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to back up a little bit. We were out here in Zoom land, were unable to actually hear when the motion was read back. So I'm not really sure what the motion says.
Let read it back, if you will. Read it back to us one more time. We'll see how close it is to what Senator Hicks was recommending.
This computer up here, Amanda, so they close to a mic.
Yeah, let me take this away.
I guess while we're waiting for Amanda to come read us the motion, I guess this discussion shows why we never took action on this, but I mean, it's still a lot of things to be sorted out. I think the commission's the best place to sort it, but
Vision that the task force advance the concept of creating high and standard demand units and establish waiting periods for deer, elk, and antelope, and that the commission work with parties necessary to implement.
See, my challenge is with the word implement. And I think if it's just to examine this idea.
Well, let's change that to investigate.
Yeah, that's a friendly amendment. So, Mr. Chairman, that's a friendly amendment, I think, from Senator Hicks to change the last term implement to investigate, which gives them the flexibility for the commission or the legislature to figure out not only whether or not to do it, but what's the best mechanism to do that. So I'd accept that friendly amendment to my good friend, Mr. Crank would.
Mr. Chairman, the second accepts the friendly amendment made by Mr. Hicks, and I call for the question.
Okay, sounds great. So we're changing the, we'll change that implement to investigate, and let's have all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposition? Okay, so with hearing no opposition, we'll say that passed 17-0 with one not in attendance. Congratulations, Joe.
Maybe we could drag that horse off now, since we beat it to death. We could get it kind of cleared out.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, 17 recommendations that the task force has made formally in its time.
That's about one per meeting.
Yeah, because I think I counted 16 meetings. Is that right?
I think you're right. 16 meetings.
So what I would recommend, instead of jumping into the mule deer thing, I think this would be a good time to talk a little bit more about the path forward for the final report. And I'll just tell you quickly, the kind of what we had in mind at the department is certainly we've staffed the task force all along, and we would provide the staff support to put this together. Our thought would be to take the next 3 to 4 months to put a draft together that would then go out to the entire task force to take a look at, not necessarily with the idea of going and making grammatical edits and, clarifications like that, but more about substance and about what did we miss or what needs to be added. I just wanted to see what, from this task force's perspective, what is going to meet the mark as far as documenting it for historical purposes. This thing will be referred to for a long time, and making sure that we've got it accurate and correct for when people want to refer back to the work of this body. So if you're okay with that, Mr. Chairman, I think this would be an appropriate time to have that discussion.
No, I think that's really good. And, I think having a really good summary like we have right now, to be able to move, talk about those issues, those 17 things that we've moved forward. But then coming with all of that data and how we got to that, all the public comment, all the things that are on our website, I think is really important. That's going to take a little bit of time. So let's open that up for discussion. I'm certain Pat's going to have something to say about that.
Mr. Chairman, so just a couple questions. I mean, why, I'm gonna be really popular with you and your staff, but why would that take 3 or 4 months? I would like to see it in a much quicker, I mean, if we could get this out in a month, it's probably not workable. 2 months. I think there needs to be a commitment to get this out, because then its value is out there. And secondly, I've lobbied for this several times, but we need to agree on an efficient process to edit it. We're all going to have comments and that there has to be an agreed upon efficient process, that once that draft report goes out, there's a date by which you can object or suggest edits, and then we're not going to be in existence. So we need to give our chairs and the authority to make those decisions, and I'm sure it'll be down, you and I'll be spatting again about something, Joe, and so they say Schaefer wins and Crank loses, or vice versa, but we can't lock the final product up in that process.
Yeah, so my response is, number one, the primary drafter, the guy responsible for it, is not, he's still out on medical leave recovering from surgery. Number two, the folks that are going to be engaged in putting a lot of this information together are going to spend the next 3 months to 4 months heavily engaged in the legislative session. And so I just don't want to overpromise and to say I'd have this done 3 weeks into the legislative session would be overpromising. So that's why I think that this summary can be used as a really good document to be used during the session to be able to inform the legislature on decisions that were made by the task force. But I don't see a final report any quicker than 3 or 4 months.
So, given this a little bit of thought, I think, and we talked about this, I think at our last meeting just a little bit, I think we would be remiss if we didn't include a section in here to provide a little guidance for what we missed and what we didn't get to, and how we would recommend as a task force. If we had to do this all over.
Notice how I follow my directors. Come on up, Randall. We got a spot for you too.
No, you've spoken already.
Well, welcome, Governor. Have a seat. As you might expect with the status of our road conditions around the state, we don't have all of our members here today in person, but we do have all of our members here present at the meeting today, either online or here in person, with the exception of one. We've got, I think you know everyone here with the exception of maybe Elisa Ruckel from Casper.
Yeah.
So yeah.
We talked yesterday for a while.
All right, so you know everybody else here in the room, and then online, we've got Commissioner Tony Lehner, the two co-chairs, Rusty Bell, Josh Coleman, Lisa and Selmy Dalton, Jamie Flitner, Adam Teeton. I don't know if you've met Adam yet. Cy Gilliland and Lee Livingston, and then Senator Driscoll's not able to attend here today. So that's who's out there in Zoom land. And what we thought we would do here today, we know we've only got you for about a half an hour. We thought we would quickly cover the 17 recommendations that this task force has made and who they went to and the results of that. And then, turn the floor over to you to offer anything that you wanted to provide. If that's a way forward, that looks good to you.
Sounds good to me.
I'm paying attention to the tie you wore today too, and I know that the story behind your tie makes me kind of wonder a little bit here.
Not for this meeting, not
Okay.
for this meeting. But I would note, just for everybody here, this is the closest I've gotten to an elk. You and I walked all over the place. This is the closest I've gotten to an elk this year. So
This is true. So again, I'll summarize these, Governor, and then I just asked, we were gonna have the chairs do this, but since they're not here in person, they asked that I do this for you here today. And before I start this, Rusty or Josh, did you guys have anything you wanted to add here?
No, yeah, just real quick. Thank you, Governor Gordon. Apologize for my absence and our absence. Really, it was our intention to be there today. And thank you for joining us. Thank you for giving a look at this task force, yours in legislature for setting this up. It's been a whirlwind of 16 meetings in 18 months, and we've put a lot of time into this, and so we appreciate it. These are hard. We all knew what we were getting into when we said we would do it, and so we appreciate that. It's bold action to try to take, and we appreciate that. So thank you, and sorry we're not there in person.
Josh?
Yeah, I would just echo what Rusty said. I know all of our intent was to be able to be there, being the final meeting, and you being able to be a part of this with us. But again, thank you very much for this effort. I can confidently say and speak on behalf of the entire task force. I think we were all very grateful for this opportunity. And there were certainly some contentious issues, and we were glad to be able to hash and rehash them. And hopefully we haven't muddied the water too much and confused what was already sometimes confusing. But I think we've done due diligence to put the best products forward that we could.
So Governor, we had, as these guys indicated, the issues that we decided to tackle in the first couple of meetings were some of those that are the most contentious and were some of the most public facing issues regarding wildlife policy, and have been for a number of years. A lot of these issues have come up in the form of legislative bills or proposals to the commission for over a decade and have never come to any kind of a resolution. And so this group decided to take all those issues. The group decided what would be studied and what would be tackled in the early stages of the task force. They engaged in 16 meetings. Some of those were days, some of those were a day and a half. They conducted open houses all over the state where members of the task force would meet in Wyoming communities with members of the public that wanted to express their views. They've received thousands of public comment through both written form and also in person. Every meeting has been well attended by the public in person and also virtually. And so they've really done the work of doing the deep dive that a lot of other decision-making bodies aren't able to do with time constraints. So this is the culmination of all of their work. We're not going to consider all those things we're not going to brief those things that were considered but not recommended. We'll just go over those that are actual recommendations that have been forwarded. So you'll hear this continually. A lot of the the focus was on Wyoming's license allocation system. This task force was the entity that defined now what's known around the state as the Big Five, which are those 5 species that are probably the most coveted, which are bighorn sheep, moose, grizzly bear, mountain goat, and bison. And one of the first recommendations out of this group was to change the allocation of those licenses as a once in a lifetime opportunity instead of a 5-year waiting period, which has been on the books for several decades. That recommendation went to the legislature and was passed and signed by you and is now enacted into law. They also recommended that those licenses be changed from more liberal allocations to non-residents to tighter, more conservative allocations, 90% resident, or I'm sorry, yeah, 90% resident, 10% non-resident across the board for all of those species. That also was passed by the legislature and signed into law. In addition, this group strongly recommended WWNRT funding at the level that you ended up putting in your supplemental budget last year, and it was passed by the legislature and allocated to WWNRT. Fourth, this group made a strong recommendation that grizzly bear management be returned to the state, and the Greater Yellowstone ecosystem bear population be delisted. As you're well aware, you drafted a petition that was submitted to the Fish and Wildlife Service last January to that effect. This group recommended transitioning from our preference point system for those Big Five species that's been in place for many, many years to a bonus point system. This was one of the more complex recommendations. But essentially the gist of it is that rather than a system where those folks with the highest number of points, most of the licenses are drawn from that pool of the highest level point holders, transitions to a random draw across all point holders. However, bonus points give you an advantage if you have more of them, but it doesn't require that all of the licenses are taken off the highest point holders. That is currently passed out of TRW and will be considered here this legislative session. This task force recommended that whitetail deer and mule deer be separated in statute. Right now, as you're well aware, when we issue a deer license, it's for both species. That recommendation did not pass the TRW. It was died in TRW and will not be considered this legislative session. For 40 years now, Wyoming has had a cap, 7,250 licenses for the issuance of non-resident elk licenses. And also, that basically that dictates the issuance of both those that are a limited draw and those that are general. And this task force recommended that 7,250 cap be removed by the commission, and that the commission move to a non-resident regional system, very similar to how non-resident deer licenses are allocated. That recommendation is currently with the commission. The commission's been briefed on it and has directed the department to move through with the public process for them to consider over this next 6 to 8 months. This group also provided a support letter to the Department of Transportation as well as the Transportation Commission to support continued work on wildlife crossings. This group made a recommendation to the Game and Fish Commission to limit the number of type 1 antelope licenses a person can draw in the initial drawing from 2 to 1. 10th, this group recommended that they sent a letter to multiple agencies, to you, to the commission, to really anybody that has decision-making authority with land management, to invest more in the mitigation of invasive annual grasses. And thank you for the money that you've at least put at this point in your supplemental budget regarding invasive, both aquatic and terrestrial. There were pretty significant recommendations made to the current commission system to allocate landowner licenses. There's a lot here. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but essentially there was a move. One of the most significant portions was to require that a person who qualifies as a landowner applicant would have to have a significant interest in the property. The current system of any shareholder, whether they own 1,000th of the ranch or the whole ranch, would qualify as long as they're an owner. This group recommends that the commission change that to require it to be a significant interest in the ranch, being 20%, 20% owner in the corporation. In addition, another significant portion of that was that landowner license issuance be capped in those areas where the population is not over objective. So right now, you qualify, you could literally have a hunt area where 100% of the licenses were issued to landowners. And this recommendation of the commission is that they cap that at 20%. 12, this group recommended that the legislature give the commission more authority to regulate new and evolving technologies. There's been a lot of work on this over the last several years, but there continues to be evolution in a lot of technologies that are used in hunting. And that bill's been drafted and it'll be considered here in the coming session. We also have a recommendation to increase the non-resident license fees for the Big Five. That will be, it's not drafted yet, but it will be drafted here soon. It's approved by this group and it'll be considered during the legislative session. In addition to that, as you're well aware, the non-resident licenses are allocated as either special or regular, so it's a higher price if you apply in the special draw. This group recommended to increase the cost of those to make them more in line with surrounding state markets. That is being considered this legislative session. This group recommended a 24-hour advantage to residents and leftover drawings. That is being considered right now by or will be considered by the Game and Fish Commission. It hasn't gotten there yet. This morning, this group decided to recommend to the Whiteout Commission that when they finalize the rules that you directed them to promulgate regarding the allocation of the Wildlife Conservation Fund, that the rules reflect a requirement that both the Whiteout Commission as well as the Game and Fish Commission approve expenditures out of that account. That letter will be provided for their meeting that they have tomorrow morning here in Cheyenne. And then lastly, this group just this morning approved the recommendation of the commission that they further explore waiting periods for those areas that are hard to draw. That was a lot of information in a short amount of time, but I thought it was important. The group, the chairs really felt like it was important for you to hear the amount of, the culmination of all of their work, and the number of recommendations was there's a lot there. And so with that, I would stop and ask the chairs or any members of the group if I've missed anything or anything that you might want to add before the governor addresses all week.
Thank you, Director Nesvik, for going through that. I'll start and then we'll just open it up to Josh and then everybody else. So some of the significant time that we spent certainly was on topics that we didn't move forward. And very, very complex issues of landowner licenses and how we get a 90-10 with 10% of that of the 10% of the non-residents going to make sure that we're keeping our outfitters and our small communities getting licenses in the hands of the folks that are going to use those. And that's very difficult conversations to have, and we had them. And certainly I commend the whole task force on how that was handled and the conversations that we're having. And I also commend the folks that were in the room watching those and online, that they also provided a lot of feedback to us. So we did tackle a lot of issues, and when that final report comes out in 3 or 4 months, it's going to be a very extensive, probably on some of the issues that we didn't move forward. But that information is there, and the work was done by the task force. So I just want to bring that up. And then there's just one thing, Governor Gordon, that I want to, and I don't want to put either one of you on the spot, Director Nesbitt or Governor Gordon, but we're in a position right now in Wyoming where we have to do some bold things. When you heard that we want to move more money towards invasive species and habitat, especially for our sheep and moose and mule deer, that might take manpower, and I don't know whether there's anything that the governor's office can do to make sure that the Game and Fish Commission, that the department has the tools in place for them to be able to hire the folks that they can hire. And I don't know the answers to that, but I certainly hope that conversation is had, and that I know people are hard to find. And then they're also hard to keep. And so when we find those folks, and that's a challenge when we talk about government services, but certainly, hopefully we can find those folks, we can get those folks and keep them and continue to do some of that work that needs to be done. Now in Wyoming, we have the potential to fund some of those things, and the partnerships that we have around with our federal partners. Maybe we can get some of those things done and really try to set the stage for the improved habitat for some of those critical species. So I'll leave it at that, and you maybe can have some further conversation about that. Josh, you're up.
Hey,
So I
Josh.
don't see Josh. Go ahead. Anybody else? The floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, good morning, Governor. Great to see you. Thank you for being here, and thanks for the opportunity to be part of this group. These folks are good people who are really working hard to tackle some big issues, and so it's been an honor and really a treat to get to know some of them. I'm still recovering from some bruises from my new friend Pat Crank, but we're getting through that, I think. Just a couple of quick comments. One, I'll piggyback on that. One of the things that's been eye opener for I think many of us is just how complex the world of wildlife management and recreation management and resource management has become. And one of the things we've been very good at is saying, hey, this is a great idea. Let's advance this. And then passing that on to Director Nesbitt and his staff. And so I do think that there's probably some common concern you'll hear from the task force, just making sure that our Game and Fish Department has the capacity to tackle some of these issues, while we're also dealing with issues that we haven't anticipated that have entered the space. And so like the good chairman, I don't know the answer to that, but I think there is general concern across the task force that we want to make sure our Game and Fish Department really has the resources and staff to tackle some of the things that they're going to have to tackle with this. The other comment that I would say that, one of the challenges with this group was that there was just so much. I mean, 18 months, in fact, as I go through this, I'm actually pretty proud of the work the task force did in 16 meetings over 18 months to get this much done. Really says something for the willingness of the group. But because it was so broad, there are things that we probably should have tackled. And I'll just put those on the table, hoping that they don't lose some future consideration that I wish we would have spent more time on or could. The first one is mule deer, and really looking at mule deer management, how we can leverage the mule deer resource to actually help the mule deer resource. We had a subcommittee that we started to tinker in that area, just never had enough time to really focus on that. I really hope that we can have some time as a state to go beyond just the studies we're doing, but actually take that as a very serious consideration. And then the second one is public access. I don't know that we made substantial ground on really trying to increase public access and access to public grounds as well as additional private grounds. Lots of discussion about that, general interest. It is an incredibly complex topic. And I feel like that is just one topic that we could spend a focused effort on to really tackle. And so those two are top of mind, that I hope we pick up in some form or fashion in the future. But again, Governor, thanks for your support for this. It's been a great process.
I think the floor is yours, sir.
Okay, well, first off, congrats to the chairman, director. Thank you also for your work on this, and to the committee. 16 meetings in 18 months, and you only started January 14th of 2021. Probably seems like 6 years of work on all of your part. And as Joe just mentioned, obviously a lot of issues that still have to be worked on. I don't think that's a surprise to anyone here in Wyoming, where wildlife is our passion, our love, outdoor recreation, the reason why we live here, and everyone has a lock on how to manage. And I really want to commend all of you for your efforts in diving into the very complicated and very controversial kinds of issues that you did. I have to tell you what I heard from really almost everywhere in the state was that where you heard testimony, your work stood out as an example of really strong and good work, and a willingness. And I think you somehow navigated this particularly well, a willingness to both listen and discuss in a way that was that really confirmed that we needed to have direction, that sometimes these issues were not going to be resolved by a simple couple of meetings and a new policy. It really was something that we would need to wrestle with. And so, Joe, to your point about some of the things like public access that still remain sort of unresolved, I think that it should be taken as a measure of progress on the part of this committee. That particular issue has become a particularly interesting one. I think everybody wants more access to public lands. They want more access to hunting opportunities, and I certainly understand and appreciate that. At the same time, as we've increased that access, and we have, we also have put bigger pressures on our populations, and it is, I think, a mark of some of the work that was begun by this task force that we were able to bring to fruition in Washington recently, with the recognition that private lands also play a role in the success of wildlife populations. And Director Nesvik, I know you and I were particularly grateful to have the opportunity to sit with the Secretary of Agriculture and sign what I think is another Wyoming first and pioneering for the country, a notion that basically said landowners actually can be rewarded for the ecological services that they provide. I look at the list of things that you have tackled, and I've got to say that's been a very impressive body of work. The big five, not an easy task to take on. We've already accomplished those. The 90-10, you wrestled with those issues. You wrestled with them. It wasn't just a simple, we're going to do this because it's going to make things easier. You wrestled with it, you understood the implications, and you dealt with it. Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust funding from its early things, and I see Senator Hicks and Representative Summers here. You remember when that was first put forward and how controversial it was, and we didn't know if it would survive beyond the first few years. In fact, there were some real efforts to target taking it out. But it has proven to be one of the most important things that Wyoming has done for improving wildlife habitat, improving fisheries, and at the same time, the ancillary benefits from that have really rebounded across the entire spectrum of enterprise, from agriculture to industry to recreation, et cetera. Your work there and help in putting that forward, I think, has given the legislature the reason to recognize its value, and how we look to being able this term to perhaps being able to finally bring it to its initial anticipated target. I know one of the things that's been most exciting to me, and I want to recognize both the work of the task force, but also the Game and Fish, was the fact that we took a different approach on grizzly bear management. We talked about the importance of our state being able to manage it. We talked about the fact that the species is recovered. This took an enormous amount of effort on the part of Wyoming, and we continue to push forward on that. You all know that we submitted a petition to the Secretary of the Interior earlier this year. You know, we did not do this with politics in mind. We did not do this with who gets there first in mind. We did this because it makes sense for the species. It makes sense for those who are trying to make a living on the land. It makes sense for the entire ecosystem. We as a species have to recognize that we are not above the ecosystem. We are in fact part of it, and we have a role to play. And I commend you on your courage, and I want you to know that I did meet with Secretary Howland last week, and brought to her attention the fact that we need to move forward with a common sense approach to how we manage grizzlies. The bonus point system, I think it's, I gotta say, I think your work there is phenomenal as well. I think you have caught a note that will benefit sportsmen throughout Wyoming, and I think you have given them some real opportunities to think. And this is, as you know, Director, one of the things that I feel most strongly about is that we need to have people at every level of income have the ability to be able to hunt, and every level of ability to be able to hunt. And I think the bonus point system you've done will be valuable, and I commend it to the legislature, and I hope that they take your advice. Splitting deer species, you know that better. You've dealt with that issue. It's critical. Mule deer and whitetail are different species. They act differently, and their populations change. And so I do believe having more flexibility is absolutely critical. As I mentioned, my 1 day of elk hunting this year, because the governor's job doesn't allow you a lot of time to do that, was spent walking through a lot of elk territory and smelling some elk, but never actually seeing any till just in the evening, about 4.5 miles away. As a landowner, I want you to know I appreciate what you've done. And I do want to point out that I think you have taken a careful look at how landowner licenses should be allocated. You brought a little bit of control to that. And I think that is absolutely important. As we have seen people move into Wyoming, as we have seen lands change, we have additional pressures put on our herds. And I think you have taken the first steps in addressing what is an incipient problem, I think, in management of elk. You know, Wyoming, I was always very proud of the fact that Arthur Middleton got National Geographic to run a film in Washington, D.C., and a lot of the people that normally academically and pontificate about how the species management should be done actually had an opportunity to see the leadership that Wyoming has done on wildlife crossings. And you know, the fact that we passed the licenses a couple of years ago and have seen the commitment of sportsmen around the state to really want to make sure that we protect the migration corridors, that we have fewer incidents on the highways. I commend you as well for bringing a level of diligence and a care to the way those dollars are spent. your type 1 antelope allocation, I think makes sense. And I commend you on that. On invasives, as you know, I've asked for additional dollars to be put in. We know, and I just want to speak a little bit to, the Game and Fish's need for people. We know on the aquatic front, we've seen the quagga and the zebra missiles maybe, on our borders in virtually every corner. And we need to step up our ability to meet the needs of better monitoring, and that's going to take people. When we talk about the need to do a better job of management, that again is going to take more people. The Game and Fish does a phenomenal job, but our people in the field are often doing more than they really can in a day. And I commend all the people at the Game and Fish, but I particularly want to thank the wardens for their ability to respond. But we do need to make sure that we do our best to keep invasive species out of Wyoming. It was a delight to me to look at some of the good work that has been done up in Sheridan, and I did chide our good friend to the north, Greg Gianforte, governor of Montana, that we too have a border problem. And if you go up to the northern border of Sheridan County, you can see a line where our work has helped control Ventonada and Medusa head. And we know that's a battle that we cannot give up. And I will tell you, after I kidded with him, he has stepped up his efforts also to control. Invasives, we know, can make a big difference in not only species success, game species success, but it can bring challenges to watersheds and other things. This is a battle we are joined, and we will continue to be joined in. And I have asked for additional supplemental dollars to be put into this year's budget request. Technology, it's interesting as we have seen this last couple of years, how many new technologies are being brought on board. Some people have questioned, whether hunting is now hunting or whether it's more of a technology pursuit. I think that hunters are hunters, and I don't really want to wade into that, but I do appreciate very much the fact that you joined that topic right from the start. And I do think that it makes sense for the commission to have the ability to start to analyze exactly what technology means. Just as an aside, I have a good friend who keeps trying to talk to me about going fishing on Glendale. Now, I grew up on a small stream. I have my old bamboo rod and some partially tied, not very good tied flies that I've started with, and then some commercial ones I bought too. And I love fishing. I absolutely love fishing. I love understanding where the water runs over a rock, whether it's in a riffle or goes under willows, and how you can catch a fish. That, to me, I have totally enjoyed. My friend talked to me about all the fish finders and the various depths and the electronics that are involved in all of that. And somehow I know he appreciates it, and I respect that for him. But for me, I have to say, I struggle with whether that's fishing or drinking beer in a boat. That's my own thing, and I know I'm probably putting myself at risk. So resident leftover, I mean, you've gone through all these things, including the ones today. Members of this task force, what I am telling you is that you have joined and talked about some of the very most important and controversial issues. You couldn't have solved them all. We knew that from the start. It is important, I think, that a task force have a lifetime, that you realize that some things are going to be left undone. That's for maybe another time. So I appreciate the fact that you dealt with these issues. You dealt with them over 18 months. several meetings, and I know you dealt with them in between and thought carefully about them. You resolved the issues that you could, and there are some that are still left on the table. It is important, I think, to remember that these initial steps and the fact that a task force, which I have to tell you, when it first was announced, I heard a lot of doubt. You know, you can't get those people in the room to talk to each other. They're not going to do it. It's not going to come up with anything. We've worked on these issues for ages and nobody's come up with a resolution. By golly, you all did. And I thank you for your doggedness and your determination to get through the issues that you could. And they're not, you know, these are not insignificant issues. These are not the cream, the easy stuff. These are difficult choices. So I, again, commend you on remarkable work. And I think you have moved game management in Wyoming forward. I think you've moved recreation. And I think the thing that's most important to me, you have done it within the ethic that is Wyoming sportsmanship, and that is part of Wyoming. So thank you. Thank you very, very much for your time and for your work. Director.
Thanks again for coming down today, Governor. We really appreciate it. We know you got a tight schedule and we know we went over a little bit, so.
Well, you'd want me out of here then.
No. You bet.
Thank you, Governor.
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 Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go to the bathroom.
How about we just take a 10-minute break real quick? Let's just take a 10-minute break. We'll come back and start back on the things that Brian was talking about on the guidance on what we're doing on the report.
Yeah.
I think we're all back, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, great. I don't know if you want to keep going on. We want to keep having that discussion on the guidance and how long it's going to take, but I think with the staffing requirements and the time it's going to take and the legislative session coming up, I don't know that we're going to be able to speed that up as much as some may want. So if there's not any further discussion on that, I think the chairs, as long as it's okay with the task force, that, it goes out to everybody, but certainly the chairs will look over that, maybe be a little bit more involved in the process with the department, how that goes forward, and then we get it out to everybody for review.
Yeah, we'll work with you guys on when we get a draft ready and
Okay, wonderful.
get it out.
Mr. Chairman, Pete's got a comment, then I think Senator Hicks and I have a comment as well.
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to adjust something here. On number 7, on removing the 7250 cap, the commission actually voted to do that. We actually had a vote to do away with 7250 and it passed. So I just think that should be part of the record. It wasn't just presented to us, we actually passed. We didn't dictate what the game official should do, what type of program, what type of licensing procedure, but we did vote to eliminate the 7250 cap.
We'll update it on there.
Thank you for that, Pete.
So, Mr. Chair, that will be changed on this list that we use going forward.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I was going to ask is, as part of the report, will we have a recommendations or can we have a recommendation section? I mean, I think it's an opportunity certainly to capture the activity, capture the process, capture all of this good stuff. But I would hope that we'd also have, and here's some recommendations for stuff we either didn't get done or we could have done better that we at least recommend that whoever's reading it to consider as we go forward. And if so, I mean, I'd be happy to help craft some of those or however we do it, but I hope the report captures sort of the what didn't we get done? What do we think still needs to be addressed?
As far as I'm concerned, I mean, it's a reflection of this group's work. And so it's your report, whatever you want in it, we'll make sure it's in.
I think what we didn't get done will be each individual will have their own opinion on that.
Yeah, the
So
only
I don't
thing,
know how you go down that path exactly.
Other than everybody gets a crack at it.
the only thing I see this is that we also need to realize how we could have made this process better. And the reason I say that is I think because there was a lot that didn't get addressed. This seemed to be a fairly successful mechanism to deal with some of these policy issues. I think we need to make recommendations that if we were to do this again, well, how would we do something different? So you lay the groundwork for if and when there is another working group, a task force, whatever you call it, they can look back and say, okay, this was an impediment. And so I've got a little bit of a list. And you guys have heard me hammer on this just a little bit. If I could tell anybody, if we start this all over again, I said, we have to have robust public comment that's both statistically valid and random. You just can't allow the 1% to drive all the decision making. And I think that was something that I certainly would recommend that they look at. Much more focused and limited in topics. Public access. We never even got into the fishing arena and all these other things, some of the stuff that Representative Summers, what about overcrowding on some of our high priorities? We just never even got to that. Aquatic invasive species, there's a whole list of things out there. And I just say, if we were to do this over, we ended up where it tended the interest of the committee and some of the public was, but the public access issue is a topic all in itself, because it's more than just access to federal land. It's access to private lands, it's access to state lands, it's administration of those lands. What variety of programs and opportunities, and what can we do to incentivize? That is an entire topic. So, more surgical, smaller in scope, maybe smaller groups would take that stuff on and spend some in-depth time trying to understand it. I just think that there's an opportunity for the frequency of these type of groups. Would we recommend this as a method to address these issues in the future? And how many? I think we're all suffering from a little bit of burnout fatigue after the last 3 or 4 months of this. What would we recommend to do different there? And then one of the early ones, early on in the process, I felt like we were handicapped by the use of a facilitator. Facilitators are great when you're dealing with very controversial topics. I think if you got 2 good chairs that understand the nature of the issues, like we've had, I think we lost a lot of time the first 3 meetings, maybe probably 3 days worth of meetings that were more focused on process and not substance because of the nature of that. So in the future, I would say if you've got highly qualified people that know how to run a meeting like our chairs do, you don't need a facilitator. And so those are recommendations I would hope in this report that we can say, things that we would have done different had we known today what we knew when we started. And as a blueprint for any future type of endeavors of this effort, take these into consideration.
I appreciate that, Senator Hicks. Brian, how would you recommend all the task force individually do that? Do we want to give us all before the first of the year, those comments to you, and you can have somebody summarize those? Would that work?
Mr. Chairman, can I suggest maybe a little bit different process?
Sure.
Larry just said, I think is important. because we've all made mistakes and skinned our knees, and particularly Joe, if I might add. We should put that wisdom out there. So can we address that for just a second, Mr. Chairman? So my notes from what Larry just said is that our would have been aided by robust, public, statistically valid studies. That we believe that it was a mistake for the task force to take on as many topics as we did, and we would urge future task forces to be selective with their topics and issues they're going to study. We believe that the use of a facilitator in this process was not beneficial, and we would recommend against doing that generally. And then the other thing I want to add to that list, one thing that I think has hindered us in our first 2 or 3 meetings, we spent copious amounts of time debating about the rules of, and really it was all focused on how do we solicit public comment. And so we came up with this idea that's still plaguing us today. In September, we recommended putting something out for public comment, but then they didn't act on it. I would just say that any future task force should carefully consider the rules they adopt for their procedure in putting forth recommendations, because I think that really hindered us along the way. So just addressing those, I think if we were, Mr. Chairman, to direct Game and Fish to include those topics in their first draft, that's a good subject area, and I think it's very worthwhile. And so that would be my suggestion. We direct them just to do that.
Second motion.
Yeah, it's some.
Do our rules allow us to do that?
Well, I think looks like Brian's taking really good notes, and I'm trying to get this captured too. I don't think there's any issues. There seems to have issues of adding that. Certainly, there might be some other folks that want to add to those things that we could have done different. So would anybody want to chime in on that?
Just briefly, I think it's a really good list, and I think the key is the focus your attention on very specific topics right from the get-go, because it just got away from us, and I think then it's really hard to get away from that, because you want to bring in, everybody wants to bring in all of their ideas, all of their issues, and if you can't focus it from the beginning, it's really hard to get things done.
So one thing we could do is it's fresh on everybody's mind. If they want to send Amanda their thoughts for things they want to make sure included, they could do that. And then we can put together the frame of this thing with, it'll have different sections in it. One section might be things we could have done better. Folks can then, add at that point as well, add more to we'll send it out. People can do it in bullet form, and we can expand it, make it more of a narrative form if folks want. But we can receive it both ways, is what I'm saying.
And then, Mr. Chairman, let me turn to the second, which I think is Joe's thoughts, that as task force members, we should all have the ability. So in a court, if the majority opinion gets written, and then people can dissent, so they write their own dissent. I would suggest that if anybody wants to, to set forth, this is Pat Crank's ideas about other issues we should study and how that should go about, or recommendation, we should all be able to write a dissent. And I say that not so much as a dissent, but that if it's just the viewpoint of Pat Crank having served on this task force, I believe we should have looked at these things, or I think we made a bad decision here, or whatever we want to say in there, that should be attached to the report. But we do not have a mechanism or an ability or future existence for Joe and I to fight about something that's in his dissent. And so he should have 100% of ability to say, here's what I think, and I should be able to say that, but let's not lock up the creation and dissemination of this report by those, what I'll call dissents. So I think we can deal with Larry's issue up front and it just gets written in. And then we just agree today that if anyone wants to suggest future topics or alternatives or say, I think we missed the ball on this one, that's fair. So that lets us do this in an expeditious and much easier manner than trying to haggle again later on in 3 or 4 months. Just a thought.
So Pat, I don't have any issues on that. Brian, you know, you think that could probably be captured in part of the one of the sections, or even after the section of each one of those recommendations or not recommendations. So I saw Pete, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
I'm just curious of where we're supposed to go from here as a member of this task force. A lot of these issues are gonna go before the legislature, gonna go before the Game Fish Commission. And we talked about that early on as to how we were gonna handle, we vote on these issues, but now we're no longer part of the task force. So how are we supposed to behave going forward on some of these issues? There's some issues that we've done that you don't like, Bill. So are you going to actively lobby against the task force? I see that. I'm just curious. I don't really have a.
Sure. That's a good question, Pete. And I guess this would be a question and a comment from me, would be that I would ask the task force that everybody knows how we voted on these issues and that we have some dissenters. And I don't think that it's your right to testify at legislature or write an email. I would appreciate it if you in that wrote, you know, or at least said, hey, I dissented, here was the vote, here's where the task force was. But I had this opinion or this idea. I mean, I think that's fair. I don't think we can ask somebody to not testify in something that they really believe. But I guess going forward, I would ask if anybody can and would like to be involved in trying to push these through the legislature. Certainly the bills that are up in the legislature this year, we could use kind of an all hands on deck approach. I'm going to try to be there. I talked to Representative Newsom and I'll just stay in touch with Senator Hicks. And when those bills are up, if somebody can come testify or multiple folks from the task force can come testify on those to those bodies to try to move those forward, that would be great. If you're one of the dissenters and want to testify the other way, certainly you have that right. I would just ask that you include what the body said and the vote and that you dissent because of whatever reason you want to dissent. And I think that's fair to the task force. I think that's a fair system to or at least a fair ask of all the participants or all the task force members, if you're okay with that.
Mr. Chairman, my only caveat is you got to carve out our legislative members. If obviously if Larry's or Albert is sponsoring a bill, they will support it, but they have a little bit different role. Albert's part of this task force, but he's also representing his constituents from Sublette County. So I see them a little bit different. And I'm certain that the legislators we have on this committee would approach it exactly as you're saying it, but my personal kind of action is kind of what you've outlined when I'm on boards. I mean, I think you kind of have two choices. You either show up and support it or you keep your mouth shut. But legislators are different. So I just throw that out there. And they can tell me in my letter.
So, Mr. Chairman, even when I tried to amend the last bill, on the floor, I fully said what the task force came out with. And I'll do that again. That doesn't mean that for example, I voted against the bonus point bill. That doesn't mean I'm not gonna maybe try to amend that bill.
Yeah, thank you for that, Representative Summers. And I know that you will use the highest regard for what you need to do and juggle what the task force did with your constituents, and you guys are in a different position, and we just appreciate the work that we understand the process that this has to go through, and that the position you're in, and so that is what it is, and I think we all hold you in high enough regard that you'll do the best you can and represent the people as good as you can. So thank you for that. I have no issues with that. Yeah, Dwayne, go ahead.
I guess I had the first opportunity the other night in Cody on the front. And I'm one of the ones that voted against that. But when I made that comment, why I voted against it, and I was for the 50%, changing it to 50% and leaving the pressure point thing alone. But I also made the statement that the more I got to thinking about the bonus point thing, and I'm, to be honest with you, I was worried a lot about revenue. What the revenue situation was going to be for the game and fish, and the more I thought about it, and I think I talked to the director this morning about that, so there's probably an opportunity to maybe even increase the revenue with the bonus point thing. But I made it clear at that meeting that, you know, I was a December black, I had kind of changed my opinion. And I guess the other thing I'd like to bring up is talking about the 1%. We were dealing with 200 to 300 people probably. But I just, from my community, and that's, you know, we're not talking about. When we had the town hall, 90-10 never got brought up by anybody, and we had almost 40 people there. Landowner hatred or just, you know, that discontent was not brought up. It's not everywhere in the state, but, you know, my community is, the people there like landowners, they like outfitters, they know what kind of hunting and fishing they got there, and but everybody seems to get along. It's not a big fight like it is in some parts of the state. And in some way, if we could get a better survey from the population in Wyoming, I think, because I think that most of the people in Wyoming that hunt and fish are probably satisfied with the way things are going.
I'm gonna go back, good comments, thanks, Dwayne. I just want to go back, Mr. Chairman. I think it's imperative, especially in this session, that I know that Joe has a day job. But I think it's imperative that Senator Hicks and Joe and you even, Rusty, are available to do some of the licensing type recommendations from the task force. Because you know it well. You're going to speak about it differently than the department. I have a different role when I'm there testifying in those committees. So I think it's important to have you guys there if you're able to make it work when the licensing type bills come up.
Thank you for that. Yeah, Director. Just one quick thing. If you guys are in the room there, when you're speaking, if you could pull a microphone a little closer, we can hear Brian really well. But Dwayne, we had a hard time hearing you. Yeah, appreciate that. Certainly, it's my intent to be there at the legislative session to see these bills through. Hopefully, you know, Joe's got another job also, and so. But if we can break away and are there, you know, I'll try as much as I can to be there. So, and to coordinate that.
Mr. Chairman, I'll say too, I don't think Pete was implying this, that but I will respect and represent the work of the task force, and I've testified now like 3 or 4 times in different settings, and I've tried to do that. So I don't plan on running any specific agenda, you know, one way or the other, at least not in this iteration. We'll wait for the next task force. So I'm happy to testify, and I will testify and represent the outcome of the task force. I think that's what's most important, so that we don't actually waylay the progress that we've had with that. I do want to comment, well, I appreciate Pat reminding me that I was the losing one in the nice way that legal people do, saying you can write a dissenting viewpoint. Let's say if you want to lie. That's really not what I was after. What I was wondering is are there things we would find common agreement on that we wish we would have tackled that we didn't? And could we as a task force actually agree on a handful of those things to put in the report versus saying this is what Elisa wishes we would have done differently, or this is what Jen, and maybe we don't have enough time or process to do that, but I just was thinking maybe there was 3 or 4 things that we really hoped we had done and could come to consensus as a task force to include those versus an opportunity to sort of say, I disagree with the task force on this or that. So that's really my interest more than giving the opportunity to whine and dissenting viewpoint. Sorry, I'll do that when I take Pat out for a beer out the holidays.
Mr. Chairman, I would recommend anybody that's got the time to testify, because you don't have to come to Cheyenne anymore. At each one of the committee meetings, you can get on and just like you are now, Mr. Chairman, send in a little slip saying you want to testify. It's on the legislative website, how to testify before a committee, notify the committee secretary and all that stuff. And I just know it's so easy to lose a bill with one vote in the committee. What drives the committee decisions is the people that shows up. And not to downplay, but I've seen a number of legislators over the year testify before a committee, and 2 or 3 people from the general public come in and kill bills or pass bills. And you people as task force members have a tremendous credibility with those committees, sometimes even more than legislators do, because there's a perception that we have a bias one way or another, or for whatever reason. But when the public shows up, most of the time, the public is very persuasive. And so I would suggest anybody that's got the time when these bills come up to please get online as a task force member and provide your support for it. Agreed.
Mr. Chairman, so just as a list of, so if we're gonna say, here's some issues we wish we could have tackled, seems to me we ought to try to build that in a report. So today's our day. So let me just throw out a couple. Habitat. I don't think we ever truly got there other than a recommendation to fight invasive species harder. So habitat, that's my biggie, but
Mr. Chairman, I agree with Pat that I think if we just went around the room to each task force member and just asked them what their 1 or 2 topics were, the top topics that they think should be investigated more, I think that would be worthwhile. I think there's going to be, some of them will be the same, and I think that's okay. I think it's, in fact, it's a good thing if maybe 4 or 5 recommend the same one, then maybe that's tells us something. But I think that would be a worthwhile thing to do.
Yeah, I'm okay if we do that right now. If you want to go around the room, we can certainly do that. Or we can put those in an email. What would you prefer?
We've got a few minutes, people can do 1 or 2 now and then follow up with an email would be my recommendation after having an opportunity to maybe think about it a little bit.
That sounds great. Okay. Well, I'll just start and I'll say, access probably will be addressed with some of the things that Senator Hicks said, but I think access is always going to be an issue. And then the other one for me would have been maybe the study, and I know that the department will do this, but the mule deer issues that we're having, and I know that's still on the agenda for today, a presentation, but looking at more limited quota mule deer areas.
I guess one of the ones that I would throw out there that was basically, it was we were directed, we're not gonna take this on as a committee, and I do think at some point in time, we dabbled around the edges. But I actually think that's something that ought to be addressed through a broader audience, through a task force or something that's just overall big game management, because a lot of the issues that I see, particularly the contentions between landowners and the public in those areas, a lot of that, at least in my mind, could be partially resolved by just the way we manage those seasons. Instead of concentrating a whole bunch of people on your fence line for 2 weeks and driving the wildlife down there creates a lot of problems and tensions. And so I think that's something that ought to be looked at. Yeah. Outside of the scope of just the department's purview. But, Rusty already talked about, I'm not an access guy. I've got all the access in the world because I get on my horse and ride into millions of acres in wilderness in northwest Wyoming. But it is an issue within my Senate district, particularly within the checkerboard. You're all aware of the litigation. The access issue is not going to go away. It's probably going to get more contentious. And how do we incentivize landowners and then provide opportunities and compensation for landowners? So that would be my two that I would say going forward.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Dwayne.
I guess I know we made a statement about grizzly bears, but if there was one item that I heard from the public in the last 18 months, it's about grizzly bears. So I think the more we stay very vocal on that, I think the better off we are, but also the whole predator aspect. We know we have a problem with mule deer, but in my area, we sure looks like we got a problem with mountain lion, which is gonna have a pretty dang negative effect on bringing the mule deer back. Most people don't get to see lions. I've seen them, seen 3 of them so far this year, just boom. But between my neighbors and I, we saw a lion. Lots of lions. Although the game and fish has even come and looked at lions on my place just because they know there's an excessive amount. So, we're worried about mule deer. That's certainly one thing to think about.
So, Mr.
Go ahead.
This is Albert. I guess if antelope are the redheaded stepchild of big game, I think fishing and fishing issues are the redheaded stepchild of frankly, the commission, the Game and Fish Commission. And I think, obviously I've advocated for a long time that I think we need to take a hard look at commercial fishing, commercial outfitting fishing on rivers in western Wyoming and all over Wyoming. It doesn't matter where you're at, and nobody wants to take on that beast, but it is a beast that needs to be addressed at some point. Every other state around us has addressed it, and for Wyoming not to, with the quality fisheries we have, I think is a mistake. And then, obviously the access issue, but something that's even deeper rooted in that. And I don't know how you get it to it, but it's the sociological piece of it. If there was one thing that was very clear to me this go around, it was this animosity that occurs, it seems, between landowners, sportsmen, and outfitters. And until we can address that in a meaningful way, it's going to be very hard to develop solutions to these complicated problems. And I don't know what the answer to that is, but that piece is very clear to me that animosity bars us from even trying things to see if there could be some success in it. And until we can get over that hump, I'm afraid we're going to have more lack of success. So those are the two things for me.
Chairman,
Go ahead.
I'm in one of those areas that access is a huge problem. Northeastern Wyoming, when it's 80-20 the other way, 80-20 deeded to 20 public. But I wish we could somehow come up with alternate type ways of approaching access. We have access, yes, we have hunter management areas, we have those other types of things, but trying to incentivize the landowner into providing access. When we have landowner coupons that are the same for an elephant as an animal compensation, there's already some bias in that. It needs to be looked at. And I think the whole part of landowner compensation in some form, some way, somehow, the federal government's already seen fit to do it up there in the Cody area. And I just think that it's an extremely controversial subject, probably one of the most controversial we talked about, but I don't think it should die there. I think that should be something that should continue to be looked into. And also trying to get landowners that come into our state, primarily non-resident landowners, who don't share the same type of wildlife management that we do. And trying to get access to hunt elk and hunt different species. Working in those areas, they're extremely difficult. A person who's got enough money to do whatever he wants, to try to convince him to let people want to go hunting at the fall pass. But I don't think we're ever really going to get a handle on some of our species, i.e. elk, especially in eastern Wyoming, without doing something in that respect. So I just, while it's an extremely difficult subject, I think it's one that it needs to be continued to be looked at. And you talk about the anti-bias between the outfitters and there's just as big an anti-bias between landowners and sportsmen as well. And that needs to be addressed. And we'll never be able to advance some of these measures if we don't come together on it. As soon as we talked about compensating a landowner for one, giving him a license, I mean, that was the end. Because the public just does not want to talk about it. But we have to find a way to talk about that, because in a lot of our state, the landowners are the ones providing the habitat. It's not all Western Wyoming where it's mostly public. And, some of our big populations of species are out in eastern Wyoming and northeastern Wyoming. So the landowner relation needs to be addressed.
And just to back up, I totally agree. I think it's circular, with those three. It's not one against the other. It's if you don't address that relationship, it's just going to be tough.
Okay, Cy and Lee, I know they have their hands up, so, and I'm sure Adam's got a few things.
Can you hear me now? I'm going to go with what Pete was saying, because that's going to be my highest one. The director and I've had many robust discussions about when the Game and Fish is going to realize and work on different ways to compensate landowners. I'm not suggesting we go into a program that's going to break the Game and Fish, but I'm taking the landowner license completely out of the equation. I don't believe that's what it is designed for or can be used for, but there's got to be major discussion around these producers that are raising our wildlife. It's a big money issue out there, and it's a big money issue for some small producers who might not be able to absorb it as well as some of the very large landowners. So I guess that's my main issue I'd like to see move forward.
Cy, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, my main issue, which I'm most disappointed about, which we didn't address at all to speak of, was how we manage mule deer in the state of Wyoming, in particular license structure and opportunity. And I've had this discussion with Doug Brimmeyer multiple times. At some point in time, the Wyoming Game and Fish has to sit down and have a serious discussion with how we're going to delegate hunting opportunity for remnant populations of mule deer. And that's where we're at with significant parts of Wyoming. Up there by you, Rusty, you know that as well as I do. We don't have robust populations of mule deer anymore. They are remnant populations. And that we have to take that serious. I don't want to see the day to where we wait until we're down to a one-day season and one buck deer left to hunt before we do something about the general license for deer. It's something's got to change. It's just time. The next issue I have a big problem with, which we didn't get a chance to talk about at all, which is natural, was predator management. In particular, how we manage trophy game animals like lions and black bears. And our present day system of how we manage with female quotas and that sort of thing is archaic. It was put into place when California was having issues and they were worried about us losing those seasons. But when you have a state like Wyoming that is legally killing 350 mountain lions a year, and at some point in time, the managers have to stop and say, holy crap, how many mule deer are being eaten by mountain lions annually? And we never get to that conversation with the commission. Every time we try to get to that conversation with the commission, it just doesn't go anywhere. So I'm going to bring it back up again in January, but we need to address that. And like Lee said, the big one is compensating landowners for the amount of wildlife that they raise. I'm involved in several areas I hunt where there's just literally thousands of elk on the landscape, and there's virtually no way for a landowner to be compensated for the amount of forage that's grasslands that's being eaten by those elk. And so they're just basically told to endure it, and we got to fix that. So thank you.
Who's next? Adam, do you have anything?
Yeah, I do. I appreciate the time. I appreciate everyone's time. Sorry I couldn't be there. We're blowing and snowing up this direction as well. Access, that's the dead horse I've beat since day one. I'm going to respectfully disagree a little bit with what Pete said. I think there's a lot of things that we didn't explore. So I do feel that access conversation, though we dipped our toes in it, we kind of, given the circumstances in the environment, turned our backs on it a little bit. And again, access and accessibility are two different things. I'm not talking about opening up parcels of ground, whether it's private or public, for every side-by-side motorcycle four-wheeler to do what they can do. And I'm also not speaking to 100% unabated access. I do very much value private ownership rights of land and accessibility and access, whether that's limited, non-existent, or all encompassing. But I do think there's some things we could have done maybe a little bit better to explore some of those options. I would echo a couple of the other members' concerns on the mule deer side of things. I think we could have had an opportunity to do a little bit there, and I think habitat goes hand in hand with that. So I'm going to tie habitat and mule deer together because I do think they're mutually inclusive. But just for tongue-in-cheek analysis, I do want to add my 2 cents in terms of what I hope I brought to this table as a member of the sporting public. And that was to do my best as a sportsman to bypass existing dogmas that exist within my demographic. I know we have those as landowners. I know we have those as sportsmen. I know we have those as outfitters. And I know for any of these issues, especially the ones that have some contentious pressure points to them, we have to be able to willingly drop some of those dogmas, regardless of how long they've been ingrained in our respective niche cultures. So I hope we keep moving forward with a lot of these. It was great to have the governor here briefly to hear some of those and what we've pursued, but those would be my big 3: access, mule deer, and habitat.
Great, thanks. Just whoever wants to go next. Jamie, I just see you first on my screen. So if you have anything, fire away.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. My thoughts have been already brought forward by other members of the task force. I would just say that landowner compensation was definitely high on my list. Also, I think there should be more buy-in from resident sportsmen with regard to the cost of wildlife habitat and management of wildlife. Predator management is definitely high on a concern for ranchers. And then again, also maybe better mule deer and elk management too. I'd just like to see that conversation to continue, and like to make sure the commission follows up with ranchers with regard to, the measures that they've already taken to help mitigate some of the elk numbers we've got around the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Gosh, shoot.
Rusty, I can
Lisa?
go.
Oh,
If
go
it's all
ahead,
right.
Tony.
I guess you could call me Mr. Obvious, because just about everything we've talked about here in the last few minutes is certainly things that, when we say, well, we didn't really address it, I can remember spending hours and hours and hours during these meetings on a lot of these topics that we're saying that we need to continue on. So I don't think it's like we're not dealing with that, or the Game and Fish is not dealing with that, or the local wardens and the people on the ground are not dealing with just about every one of these topics. So I think it's important to make sure that, and I don't think Brian is sitting there going, yeah, we haven't done anything with that, or we're not going to do that. I just think, we want to make sure that we continue to concentrate on some of the problems that we were unable to solve or unable to address successfully. But we could run down the same list that we started with and have questions or have differences and think maybe we could do something better. But, I think it's a good idea to write some things down and to send some things and to keep it on the commission's mind and the sportsman's mind. But, it's obvious there are a lot of things that we didn't get to or didn't deal with or successfully. Maybe we dealt with it, but not successfully. But the Game and Fish is not going to just drop the ball on these topics that we're going through. I mean, they're ongoing and will be ongoing. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Rusty, I've got a couple of comments I'd like to make also. And I've enjoyed this, that everybody's had an opportunity of what resonates with them as a priority and what they think maybe has missed the mark. Tony, I appreciate your comments. I certainly don't think that we're immune to hearing about the struggles of mule deer across the Cowboy State. I know in many conversations with Director Nesvik and Commissioner Doobie, former Commissioner Crank, these comments have been occurring for some time. As Director Nesvik mentioned earlier, going all the way back to 2007 with the Mule Deer Initiative. That's 15 years, a decade and a half of certainly a raised awareness for the concern that the public has for mule deer. And I think specifically the challenges that mule deer present is that there is no silver bullet. And so where I think maybe there could be some increased efforts of remedy or mitigation is thinking outside the box on what are some of the things that can be done for mule deer. Certainly the conversations of more liberal elk harvests in areas where those robust populations are showing competition with those mule deer populations is something that I believe is on the radar, and I believe the commission is working with that. But I also think that there are a couple of other things. The one thing we do know that works and can be quantified from day one to have immediate success for the loss of mule deer populations on our highways and byways is wildlife crossings. So we also recognize that those come with a hefty price tag. So how do we generate the funds and put ourselves in a position to leverage those dollars for other funds available to bring those to fruition? And I think that thinking outside the box is where maybe that opportunity exists for us to be able to be creative. There is certainly no biological impact to the resource by offering up some late season premium deer tags in some of these areas where there would be great interest by residents and non-residents to pursue these animals at that late season. I think it could generate a hefty amount of dollars that could be earmarked specifically for either wildlife crossings or, much like the wildlife conservation account, conversion of existing fences to wildlife friendly fencing. But I think the public would support that. I don't know if it could be done as part of the super tag raffle or something in addition. But I certainly think that it's worth exploring and having some more discussion to talk about. And at some point, I think the real discussion needs to be had on eliminating doe harvest. I mean, that is the baby factory. Certainly, we would not see our ag folks that make a living with their domestic stock continuing with a dwindling population to be reducing that important piece of their stock and their livelihood. And I think at some point with the deer populations that we have that continue to dwindle at the pace that they are, that we recognize that, you know, maybe we've been doing this for this long, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not up for change. And then I think the other thing, if there was something that was really important to me that I was hoping that maybe we would have a little more opportunity to talk about, is an increased opportunity for our youth, recognizing that the heritage of hunting and the recruitment and retention of youth hunters is so important. And I think, you know, the species that certainly presents some great opportunity to bring that home would be within our pronghorn populations, and that introduction to those youth that try to get that license after completing their hunter education course. I know several youth that for 3 or 4 years, they have been of the age of 12 to be in the field and have yet not to be able to draw that tag. And it's easy to say, well, if you want to hunt antelope, there's an opportunity somewhere in Wyoming. You may just have to drive. But, you know, the reality is folks want to hunt what's near and dear by where they live and what's in their backyard. And I think there is an opportunity that we could look at some of those youth tags specific to pronghorn to make sure that we could get those opportunities for those kids and get them excited about being in the field. So, and then last but not least, I know we've talked about it, but I do believe there's great merit with particularly for mule deer, if for no other species, to implement mandatory hunter harvest surveys. Whether they harvest or not, I think the hunter survey provides a great tool in the toolbox for the department to know what is taking place, particularly in Western Wyoming, where you have general areas that I know is a good guess of what's in the field. But I think when we have a struggling population, we need all eyes and ears, and citizen science certainly plays a role in that. And I think mandatory surveys of those that are participating in our game management through the consumptive use of hunting, they're a resource that we need to be able to tap fully. Thank you.
Lisa.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks to all the committee members. All of you know a lot more about most of these things than I do, and so I appreciate listening, learning a lot. I know it's something that we really didn't discuss, was just the trapping and hiking issues that the Game and Fish was looking at before I started on this committee. And I think that was an opportunity we never really talked about. And I agree with Albert on the fishing. I know he tried running the bill to get, you know, licensing and things done. So I think that's an idea. And the last thing is just poaching and punishments, but I'm not sure how able the Game and Fish is able to up that or change it. But I just wonder if the penalties are not severe enough. So just some thoughts. Thanks.
Thanks, Lisa. So I think, Jen, you want to have a state lands task force?
Mr. Chairman, I think we might need to. As you might guess, I think my biggest issue is access and the role of state lands and how we can, you know, play a more prominent role in that, and monetizing access to state lands. All these things are of interest, clearly based on my role and my position. But you know, I liked Representative Summers and his thoughts about fishing and commercial outfitting where that's concerned. I've heard a bit about that related to state lands and access points and things like that. But more than anything, I wanted to thank you all. I think my approach to many of these wildlife and hunting issues was pretty simplistic when I first started. And you all have taught me a lot. And, you know, even things that seem simple, when you start pulling on that thread, the sweater starts to come undone. So these are complicated issues, and everybody has their viewpoint and their interest. And I've just found this time to be very fascinating. And I'm grateful for the opportunity. And Director Nesbitt, I also wanted to thank your staff. They have been outstanding. in getting the meetings together and getting materials out and following up. And so thank you very much for that. And thank you to the staff for all of your help. But so those are my thoughts. Thank you. And thanks for letting me be a part of it.
Thank you, Jan. So Director Nesvik, if you want to take off your game and fish hat, is there anything that you think we haven't covered as a sportsman?
So I'll tell you that you guys have provided a great list of a lot of issues that, you know, that we grapple with every day and have for, like Josh just mentioned, for decades now. And so, you know, certainly a lot of those things continue to be important to the game and fish and also to the sportsmen across the state. So as a sportsman, I think those are important issues: access, mule deer, everything we can do that looks to providing more wildlife habitat and incentivizing that on lands where we don't have the same ability or capacity that we do with public land. So, you know, incentivizing private landowners to provide more habitat. And I say that knowing that in itself sounds pretty simple, but it's very concerning. I know to some folks in the agricultural industry that, you know, they certainly don't want to end up in a place where it's more profitable to raise wildlife than it is to raise livestock. And so, but anyway, great list. I did want to mention, I'm going to brief the commission a summary of all of your thoughts about things that you're interested in and that you think the commission needs to be focusing on, where you think their attention should be. And I've taken a very good list of all of your thoughts. The other couple things I would say, you know, the commercial fishing use that my good friend Peter has been trying to solve for a long time. I wished we would have been able to solve that. That's something that's not in the purview of the Game and Fish Commission, but it is something that we have a role in. We just don't have the ability to solve that problem. And I know it's not going away, and I know it's important to a lot of anglers in Wyoming. And so I hope that's something that we can solve down the road. And then the other thing that really kind of got left out, I mean, we could have tackled a million other things, but you know, feral horses has become more and more and more of a wildlife issue. I mean, this department 4 or 5 years ago wouldn't even enter into the discussion. We wouldn't even say that horses had an impact. And we're taking, you know, we've seen on the ground the habitat impacts that feral horses have had across our state. And so you know, there's not a lot of things this task force could have done other than provide recommendations for land management agencies. But it is certainly something I don't think that we spent very much time discussing, specifically because it has an impact on something that everybody here is interested in, and that's habitat. That's what I got.
Great, thank you. I think at this point, we probably better go to the presentation on mule deer management.
And Mr. Chairman, Elisa didn't get a chance to give.
Oh,
her-
I'm sorry, Elisa. Goodness, I apologize. I did not mean to leave you out.
No. I would just say I'm truly grateful for the opportunity and echo some of the things that Jen and Lisa said, just the opportunity to understand better and learn about some of these issues has absolutely been tremendous. And getting to know and work with all of you, much appreciation there. I would say I don't feel as badly about some of the fishing issues, primarily because I think this task force, the purpose was, I thought, very specific in terms of allocation of hunting opportunities and sportsman access. So perhaps a task force that is more focused on the angler side, because there are so many issues. I know just with this task force focusing on more the wildlife, and I know fish are included in that, but in terms of hunting opportunity and sportsmen, the number of issues was absolutely incredible. And I think it would very much be the same on the fish side. So might deserve their own space. I think the one I do feel badly about, because I think it was part of our purpose, very much sportsman access. I don't think we were able to spend as much time or have recommendations going forward. So I'm remiss on that one. but most grateful for the opportunity.
Thank you, Lisa.
Mr. Chairman, this is Albert.
Mhm.
You know, I
Go ahead.
just want to say one thing, but, and it's going to be on the mule deer issue, and I think Josh hit it. But it's really any sagebrush obligate. It doesn't matter whether you're talking sage grouse, mule deer, whatever it is, that is a challenge right now, I think, for all people that enjoy those species. And there's things going on in habitat and in the sagebrush country that, one, I don't think we understand, and two, I don't know if we have the power to change much. But I really appreciated Josh's his thoughts on mule deer, and I totally agree that it's an issue, but it's larger than just mule deer.
Yeah, thank you for that. Okay, does anybody else have any thoughts before we go to the mule deer presentation? Okay. All right, Brian can cue up the mule deer presentation.
Deputy Chief Brimmeyer is on his way to the podium as we speak.
Perfect.
Yeah, you don't have to go search the building for me. Well, it's quite a list of topics. I get to articulate our stand on mule deer management and some of the topics that we're working on with regards to mule deer. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the task force, again, thanks for the opportunity to present our information, and I hope that I can shed some light on some of the specifics with our mule deer management across the state. And so I'm gonna have to kind of lean ahead once in a while, see what slide I'm on. Overall, our goal is to manage for sustainable populations and while gauging the interests of our publics. And that comes with some specifics around the state. It's not one prescription for the entire state. So once I get into the presentation, you'll see some of the differences around the state that we apply for management. Trying to get to advance one. Yeah, go ahead. All right, so you're managing mule deer and engaging the public in Wyoming is a year-long process. Data collection and public input are gathered when our folks are out working seasons, when they're talking to landowners during the summer, when they're interacting with publics just across the state of Wyoming. Next month, just to give you an idea how this process kicks off. So next month, we'll be notifying the governor's office on the regulations that we'll be taking out this spring. And those regulations then will start a formal public process for commenting. In March really is the big key part of the time for publics and anyone really in Wyoming to be engaged in our efforts to manage and give us feedback on what we're doing for management. During the March timeframe, you'll see news releases about our public meetings. We'll have public meetings across all the communities of Wyoming. We'll put presentations on YouTube that people can log in at their leisure and look at what the management proposals are. They can also provide comment online to our office in Casper, and that'll be summarized then and provided to the commission, the Game and Fish Commission in April. And so all through that year-long process, you'll see that there's a stage there where there can be public input, and our folks do we spend quite a bit of time trying to reach out to people, from sportsmen to local NGOs and local folks in different communities around the state. And that goes on primarily February and March, but again, pretty much year round. We'll review those regulations in late March and early April, and then they go to the commission for the April commission meeting. And again, each step of that way, there's time for public to provide input. The final input will be at the commission meeting. There's an opportunity for people to sign up for public comment period, and then after each regulation, we also ask people to give the comment on. Go ahead. The next slide. So before I get into the specifics, I want to give you a little bit of background on the herd unit management. So in Wyoming, our mule deer management is based on herd units, a herd unit concept. And that is, we have a geographic area with a numeric population goal. And that goal is typically based on commission approval. And it's influenced by a lot of factors. And so with your population, you'll see that over time you have a line that moves up and down, and that's an oscillation of a population over time. And those populations are influenced by a lot of different things. I think some of the issues you guys brought up just a few minutes ago, predation, habitat conditions, climate variability, to name a few, they all influence those populations. And over time, you'll see that population cycle like that. The upper level of that curve that you'll see where it curves down, you can hit, there's a couple little lines that'll pop up so you can hit it again. So in the upper level of that, you have biological carrying capacity, and that's really influenced by those climatic conditions, the habitat. And as a population reaches that upper limit, if you have environmental conditions that are adverse, such as some of Wyoming's harsh climates, it's going to push that population down. The 2016-2017 winter that we had in the Wyoming range was one of a particular note. We lost 40% of the adults and almost all of the fawns in that population in that one winter. And I'll come back to that a little bit later regarding the habitat conditions and fat levels in those deer. You can go ahead and hit that line again. So in the lower end of that is somewhere between the biological carrying capacity and somewhere below it is a social carrying capacity. You can hit that one more time. And that social carrying capacity is what helps us to set our objectives for that population. Somewhere between there, we've got to balance what the habitat can sustain and what our publics and what our particular, publics that are engaged in either land use practices or ranching, where we have a balance of what we can manage that population towards.
So Doug, just a real quick question while you're on that side.
Sure.
You know, and I know both of those are not static straight lines.
Yeah, I simplified it. They're fluctuating all the time. And Senator Hicks, that you're exactly right. If we have good moisture conditions, that top line is going to be real high. And then the next year, if we have drought conditions, it drops off. And then if you have a combination of a bad winter like 2016-17, it's going to knock those deer back, and that's going to cause that. So.
Well, even the social carrying capacity is not a constant.
Yes.
Do you agree?
Yes, totally agree.
But there's some cases where the social carrying capacity is higher than the biological.
Sure. In most
Yes.
cases it is, unless you're a landowner.
So let's go to the next slide.
Hold it. Yeah, just a second. On that, and I don't know what happens in eastern Wyoming. I'm not over there. But I know that, you had to get deer herds like we had in the early 70s before most landowners even mentioned mule deer damage, right?
Yeah.
Because by the time mule deer are damaging haystacks, they're dying. And so I don't know, in eastern Wyoming where you got a lot of, maybe around Farson where you got some alfalfa, maybe there is a big concern on mule deer with landowners, but I don't see it.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, what I would say, having chatted with some landowners in this neck of the woods, I would say it is generally where we find, and I don't know if this resonates with the department, generally what I hear and see, those landowners that have issues with mule deer, they have issues with anything eating their alfalfa crop, especially in lean hay years or anytime that they're going to graze on that. So it's not an issue of I'll tolerate mule deer or that, or I'll tolerate a few of them. The ones I talk to, they just as soon have every deer taken off their property to minimize the impact, and especially in drought years where they're hoping to get a cutting or two, or at least have something to graze their cattle on. That seems to be what I hear more in this part of the country.
Mr. Chairman.
Define for me, what is social carrying capacity?
That's a pretty nebulous term, but it's basically what does that local constituency base want to see with that population? And in many cases, the public, the general hunting public wants to see more. And we have some general guidelines on achieving certain buck ratios, for example, or overall population levels. But at some point you have to try and get your public or have the public understand that there is that biological component that also influences that. But in real short terms, and Brian, you can jump in if you think there's something different. It's just getting the public to let you know as a manager is on the ground what they're willing, what they really want to see, what their desires are.
Well, would you agree with me that the social carrying capacity is purely a political decision?
Absolutely.
Has nothing to do with biology.
Yes.
And are you telling me that you use social carrying capacity to do season setting?
It's the art of wildlife management. It's balancing those public desires with the habitat knowledge that we have or the overall goals that we see or would like to see within a population.
Would that the answer to my question is yes?
Not necessarily.
Could not be. I mean, there is and we can debate about the percentage, but you're using the political considerations in season setting decisions.
Yes.
Well, let me give you an example, a true world example, Pat, where that's played out, I guess, down in my area. We had a herd objective for the Sierra Madre zone for 4,800 dollars.
Hey, we're having a really tough time hearing the questions.
So I was just gonna give an example of the social carrying capacity and the implications of what the department has to juggle. And so we had a herd objective of 4,800 elk and it went to 6,800 head elk. Everybody loved it. Not a problem. Went to 7, went to 8, went to 9, went to 10, went to 11, went somewhere between 12 to 14,000. And we had a bad winter. We had significant elk depredation but what it showed you was as long as we were above the biological carrying capacity, it was probably even greater than 14,000 elk. It just became a competition problem on a bad winter. So the department had to adjust. It wasn't a biological carrying capacity. It was a social issue that when you got 700 head of elk or 1,000 head of elk down on your hay fields, that became not a biological problem. It became a social problem. And it was a tremendous pushback from almost all the landowners in that part of Carbon County. And the department had to adjust that objective back down significantly. That was strictly not a carrying capacity biological issue. It was a social issue.
Well, Senator Hicks, I fully understand that. I mean, I fully understand what Deb said. When I was cross-examining there, but I mean, that's the art of wildlife management. I understand that. I just think I want to dispel the notion that this is all about biology.
It's not.
Because it's not. And I believe in the large percentage, I would hazard to guess, just for one ignorant opinion, that 80 to 90% of season setting actions involve political decisions and not necessarily biological decisions. But that was my point. I just wanted that out there. People should understand that.
Well, just real quickly, here's one of the ways that I've looked at this for my whole career is that wildlife are the property of the state of Wyoming. And so, the public, the folks that own the wildlife have a say in saying what they want. The biology is in determining if that's possible, and then if it is, how to get there. That's where the biology comes in more than what the actual objective for the amount of wildlife that is established for any given area.
And if I could add, I think once we get further into the presentation, we'll circle back to that a little bit because I want to talk a little bit about, I know that one of the issues that the task force members have brought up is the doe fawn harvest. And that's where the biology comes in and where the social acceptance of that comes into. And then we got to weigh what we do and what our recommendations are. So around the state, if I could keep moving on, we have 37 herd units. And again, that herd unit is that distinct population area that has limited interchange with migratory patterns and movements, seasonal movements. And it has everything those populations need within that area. And again, it's based on those seasonal movements. Each herd has a commission-approved management objective. And again, it falls in between those two lines of the social and biological constraints. And when we set our hunting seasons, a lot of times our guys are going to show the public in the meetings, here's what our objective is, and here's where we're trying to get to. And the public will give us some feedback on where that's at. And that's how that moves through the public process. If we could go to the next slide. And so each of those herd units is further divided into one or more hunt areas, and there's specific harvest regulations that are prescribed. And so you'll look at our regulations, and I've got a slide coming up that shows the regulations, but there's case by case examples of what we try to do within those hunt areas to try and achieve goals, whether it's feedback from landowners or if it's our knowledge of what reproduction was like in that deer herd over the last couple of years. And the annual season framework, again, is going out for the next 3 months. So I would encourage you, if you have your local engagement with your warden or biologist in your communities, talk with them about what they're proposing, and we'll be more than happy to provide some information to you on harvest quotas and the season frameworks that we're working on. Those season components that we set up are commensurate with the public feedback and what we feel the land, the habitat can sustain. So let's go to the next slide. Some of the components that you're going to see in this regulation when I show you the next slide is that we use to manage mule deer are components that our local managers are going to use to formulate their seasons include the timing, either an early season hunt. Sometimes we might have something in September. We also have later seasons that time with movement patterns and animals moving on to some places where they might be getting into some damage situations. We have a timing of the opening day. We can have weekend or weekday openers. Length of the season is always a critical thing. It's more apparent, I think, if you look at Western Wyoming, so Region G and Region H, the non-resident regions, we have early seasons in the high country, and then we start tapering that off towards the first week of October, when those deer are more vulnerable and they start moving down to lower elevation. We also have general versus limited quota hunting seasons. That's pretty obvious in the regulations. Hunting devices, including bow, rifle, muzzle loader, and then the sex and age limitations. That's the any antler deer, antler point restrictions, or a doe fawn license, which I'm going to focus a little bit more on the doe fawn licenses here in the next couple slides. But most of our doe fawn licenses, when you're looking at this next slide of the regulations, really are tiered towards where we're having some issues with deer on private lands, or we feel that there's a reproduction can sustain some level of harvest. And basically, we can go to the next slide too. Oh, sorry, back to the regulation slide. So on here, you'll see that there's specifics there with on private land. There's some doe fawn ability to people are able to harvest the doe fawn on a regular deer license, a general, or there's a special limited quota license there.
Mr. Chairman. Doug?
Yeah.
On point restrictions, back in the old days, was kind of the thought was you could use it to get an influx of bigger bucks, but if you left it on very long, you actually have a negative. Is that still the same?
Yes, Mr. Hagan, that's exactly what we see now. The problem is once we implement them, the public has the perception that it bumped that up that first couple of years, and then the social side of it comes in, and it's hard for us to back away from them. Pretty much every one of our managers around the state, the wardens and biologists, when they implement one of those, they do it reluctantly because they know the public doesn't want to get rid of it.
Doug, I have a question real quick. What do you think the public perception would be if we changed that? You know, and I know it's not just these areas, but across the state where it has any deer on private land, you know, and doe fawn on private land. I know that that has to do with taking away, you know, damage or giving people the opportunity to shoot a doe on, you know, their alfalfa field or whatever. But, you know, I think you probably heard earlier all the concerns of mule deer, and that's our baby makers. Do you think how do you think that would go over with the public to eliminate that?
And, you know, Mr. Chairman, I don't think that we'd like to see a standard prescription, because every part of the state, all these hunters have different issues that they're dealing with. And I think in a lot of cases, the publics would be welcoming to be more restrictive because they know mule deer numbers are down. But there's also the biological component of that I'll get into a little bit more, is that those deer, there's only so many mouths that can be sustained on those ranges. And the current condition of a lot of those ranges, we aren't going to hurt that population by removing a portion of the populations that's there. And, you know, and I can give you an example of a couple, just in the last 2 weeks, I've had 2 different experiences with the public on this issue. And one was in Crowheart with an old rancher friend of mine that was an outfitter in Jackson for a lot of years, wanted to know what we were thinking, you know, harvesting female animals and why would we do that. And then I went to the Stock Growers Association meeting last week in Casper, and the same opposite happened there. I had a landowner that said, you know, there's a lot of does on that hayfield, and there's only so many mouths that habitat's going to support. You sure won't hurt anything by taking a few does next year. And I think that is really where we're at. We're in the middle trying to balance this thing, and we get a lot of different feedback, and it's from all segments of the public.
Understood. Thank you, Doug.
Doug? Over here. How much of your comments regarding landowners is whitetail based versus mule deer based? I know in my part of the world, you know, I outfitted for over 30 years. And you drive from Buffalo to Claremont, Sheridan, fill those areas. I mean, just the ground was covered with mule deer and whitetail. And that's gone. It's just flat gone. The whitetail numbers continue to fluctuate, not so much from habitat in those areas, although that is their issue, but it's from disease. In the 6 years I've been a game and fish commissioner, I've not had one single damage from mule deer. Not one. They were all for either elk or from a feed basis on haystacks or on the hay meadows themselves with elk or whitetails. So how much of that response from the landowners is whitetail based versus mule deer based, or is there a difference?
There is a difference. I think most people that we interact with are a little frustrated with mule or with the whitetail deer just because they're so prolific, and they're so visible when in the evenings when you go drive by those hay fields, and they're just scattered around, and it's just not the same as what they used to historically saw with mostly mule deer. And in our regulation, if you see on this, we've really shifted in the last, half a dozen years or so to focus more pressure on that. A lot of our managers view whitetail as rats, just because we're just trying to do what we can to control their expansion and their numbers and trying to give mule deer the edge.
The other thing along that too, Doug, is white-tailed deer are much more grazers than mule deer are. So white-tailed deer are eating growing crops, they're eating grass, hay, they're mule deer are more focused on browse. And so there's less tolerance from landowners for white-tailed deer than there are mule deer.
Yeah, and just to add to that, your whitetails are more of they follow a lot of the riparian corridors, and like Brian said, they have different habitat selections where they're used to following those riparian corridors where there's a lot of private land, and our managers are really concerned that we don't want to see them more in that uplands where the mule deer tend to gravitate towards, seasonal movements from mule deer.
I want to piggyback on that, because I do think you're talking about a whitetail problem, not a mule deer problem on private land. You have to go back literally in the 70s. I can remember as a kid, there'd be 200 mule deer on a haystack.
Mhm.
Now that was damage, but that hasn't happened since the 70s. I just can't imagine in today's mule deer state that mule deer does are causing a problem on private land. I just can't believe it.
Yeah. I understand where you're coming from, but the landowner that I talked to at the stock growers was out of Labarge, was referring to the mule deer on his hay fields, and
Yeah.
just felt like we could take a few.
You can go to Burlington, Wyoming, and you can see mule deer damage.
Well,
We can go to the next slide, Amanda, please.
Hey, Doug, real quick, I have a question for you. Of the 37 mule deer herds that you have, are there any of them that are above management objective?
Let me come back to that. I think we have a handful of them that are. I'll have to look it up on the website. I meant to do that before I came in this morning.
Okay.
Looking back at the slide again, that shows population growth. We really feel that in order to maintain, mule deer populations within the confines of those biological and the social carrying capacities, there is a need to harvest some doe deer. And that's in those populations that have a fairly moderate reproductive rate. So in Josh's area, for example, South Rock Springs, that's a totally different beast than a lot of areas that we get into up around Sheridan, or, as Brian mentioned, Burlington, and down into even the Wyoming range in some locations.
Question on that. Are you using doe harvest in any area in the state as part of the CWD strategy?
No.
Okay.
So the CWD strategy is at this point, is to really focus on getting prevalence rates, and so you'll see in that regulation, there's some mandatory reporting areas that we're trying to collect samples. So basically, if herds overshoot that carrying capacity, there's a tendency for them to overuse their habitats, and those preferred plants end up getting overused, and that leads to less reproductive capacity in that population. So Kevin Monteith just finishing up, Dr. Monteith's finishing up captures in the Wyoming range, and I talked to him. I actually was on the phone when Brian came in and asked me to come in and talk on migrations, and his opinion again was that 2016, 2017, when we had those severe losses, we had high deer numbers. We had a very low fat rates. Fawns were in poor condition coming into the winter. And we saw that severe winter conditions, and we had that oscillation of the winter conditions causing that population to crash. Since that time, he said, even this winter, this is the kind of the worst December that he's had to capture in terms of deep snow. But he said he hasn't crunched all the numbers yet. But again, deer are looking really pretty good condition body wise. We've had some good falls. There's not as many mouths to feed on those winter ranges. And he had some concerns if we were to lose that as a management tool for our managers. And again, it's all on a case by case basis for specific locations. If we feel that we can, if we need to take some does because of some social carrying capacity issues or because of the biological, that's why you're seeing those in that regulation. And again, the final bullet point, we're working with the land managers and public and landowners on those specific areas. Last year, we had 36 hunt areas that allowed some doe fawn harvest. And then we also had 23 areas that had an any deer season, and you'll see in the regulation, but a lot of those even targeted, you'll see they'll say any deer on private land. And then, and then it'll have some limitation. So it's a management tool. Our folks really depend on having that as an option to go out to our publics with. I can understand the sensitivity to it. We don't, as a biological manager, we don't feel that more is better in every situation. I think we need to have the option to be able to go to our publics, explain what we're seeing from a population standpoint. We can talk through what the densities of deer look like, and then if there's some private land issues, you get into that Sheridan region and over into the Black Hills. Managers really rely on being able to have the opportunity to provide the public with take of does. And that's really, this was the last slide I had. I just wanted to stress that to everybody, and I'll take any questions.
How far back has Game and Fish been collecting mule deer data? I mean, Albert mentioning like the 1970s, but I don't know how far back the population numbers, how far back you have that data. And then the second question, kind of follow up to that, would be, have you seen however far back that data goes? Is it truly a cyclical thing that, you know, maybe 20 years from now, the numbers will be back up because that's the cycle? Maybe it's a 40, 50-year cycle. Or has it just been a trend of declining numbers over those years?
Yes, it's definitely been a downward trend. We have data that goes back, 30 years, and we have data that even goes farther back than that, but the estimation techniques, the techniques that were used to estimate abundance were quite a bit different. And so it's hard to draw a comparison, but without a doubt, there was a lot of deer. But every time we see a cyclical type impact from, so let's just look at the Wyoming range deer. Every time we have a severe winter, it seems like it takes those animals, the population, quite a long time to come back up. And a lot of that ties back to the long-term habitat conditions. I think Adam mentioned it earlier as one of the issues. Habitat's huge. And if we can just get back to a precipitation climate, that events that are more typical where productive range is supported, we'll see deer respond accordingly.
Doug, there was a question on objectives. Did you get that information?
On how many no, it'll take me a minute. I'll get it though.
But on that issue, I want to bring up something, and maybe just for consideration, as I know the answer for the bagged deer herd is at objective, but it's not. So let me explain that. And I think this would be just something that the department would want to consider moving forward. So if we look at populations, it's met the objective level, but it also has other objectives for that herd, which includes buck to doe ratios, number of bucks per 100 does. It's got an age structure objective for those herds, which in a lot of cases, we may be at a population objective, but we haven't met our objective for our buck to doe ratios or the age structure. And so consequently, what happens is it's published that we're at objective, we get flooded with hunters. And yet it makes it much more difficult to meet those other objectives that we set out for that herd. So I just wonder if going forward, where we have herds that have specific buck to doe ratio objectives or age structure objectives, that we just don't go out and say populations are objectives, because I think it sends a wrong message to the hunting public, and certainly it creates sometimes some overcrowding issues in these general license areas where people think there's a big buck behind every tree and then they flock into them. So, partially objective, yeah, but at all three of those objectives that have been laid out for that herd, I think that's particularly important on western Wyoming, where you have some of those objectives for buck to doe ratios too. So people have an expectation that if they go over there, you may be at total capacity, but you're just not to your objective for your buck to doe ratios.
Yeah.
Is that something
that is something that we do consider. That the buck to doe ratios are typically secondary objectives. So the primary objective is your population level. And then we want to see our managers maintain a range of buck to doe ratios. And so there's a lot of latitude there as well. But generally when you're in that Wyoming range or down in your country, the public really takes notice of that. And then they, deer hunters are are extremely passionate and very dedicated, and they do a lot of research, and you'll see a lot of stuff on those blog sites about what herd production and what quality is being taken or is observed. Of the 37 herds, I'll just finish this. 4 of them were at objective. So
37.
Yep, 33 are below.
I think you said something I think was really, really accurate is, you know, we've always had killer winners, right? They come every so many years and that's not changing. We still have a killer winner. But the difference is the ability of the habitat to create I guess, the synergy that's needed to really rebound a herd. And that just doesn't exist anymore. They don't rebound like they did for whatever reason.
I just want to dovetail on that. I think climate is huge.
Yeah.
On our mule deer. And I'd like to see some data which overlays over time based on quote normal years versus abnormal years. I know in northeastern Wyoming, and we seem to have more years of drought before we have one good year of anything else. And that has got to play a huge role in our wildlife species. And I'd like to see that if we have that information go back from years, because I think we're in a pretty down cycle. It has been for a while. You know, you drive down here to Laramie and you got to go horrible. You know, and I think, you know, you can't raise a cow in that kind of country either. You're not going to raise any wildlife either. So I think that's a huge response. And it just seems to be that a lot of our weather patterns are not good for wildlife right now.
I just to add to that, and so our managers and working with Dr. Monteith in particular, you know, when we see those fluctuations like that, and we see the deer population coming back, we'd like to have that tool in place to be able to implement it if the conditions are, and if the reproductive capacity of that population indicates the population's going up. Because again, we feel like there's not enough habitat out there on years with extended drought to sustain those when we get the wrong winter conditions. And so a little bit of doe harvest, we feel doesn't change what's going to happen to that overall population. And we look at like Colorado, where they've had a high level of doe harvest, and their statewide deer populations have declined as well. And so we feel on a strategic basis, being able to take some doe deers is a good management tool that we'd like to keep in our toolbox.
Can you coordinate that data over the top of some of the subjects?
You know,
as far as climate?
Yep. Yes. And Mr. Doobie, we remember one of the last commission meetings, I showed some of that weather data from Wyoming. We can take a little more in-depth look at that. Initially, I tried to look at the precipitation levels in the Wyoming range and then model it or overlay the fawn survival. And I didn't have enough data points to really delve into it, but that's something we could take a little closer look at.
That's one of the areas where it's at objective, is it not?
Or what?
Isn't that one of the areas that's at objective?
No, we're below objective there. You get up toward, I think objective is population wise is Bags, and there's a herd up by Sheridan, I believe. That's one of the other ones.
Because I know Monteith's getting a lot of information from that Wyoming range area, and the deer are in great shape. And one of his contentions is the fact that those heydays are gone. There were too many deer gone for the habitat that was in the area. And now that those numbers have come down a little bit, their fat reserves, they're a much healthier deer population than in past when the numbers were so high.
Yeah, and one thing I think that we have going for us is the commitment from the Game and Fish Commission. As it was mentioned, the MDI funds, I think we're at 4 million now that's been allocated to habitat projects and a little more in-depth monitoring of radio collaring efforts. We're going to be back before the commission in January. This will be the 8th year of asking for that 500,000 in projects. And then also last year, the commission committed to allocating an additional 2.5 million over 5 years to the agency to step up our efforts to monitor mule deer survival. And what we did is we picked out 5 herd units around the state, and we're in the process of doing more intensive monitoring on survival, recruitment. And we've got a couple of those herds we're going to look at predation and survival so we can get a better handle on, is there a component that, that we should be, not, that we're not aware of, that we can get a better data set on. And so we're going to collar, we're up to 400 deer that we've collared in the last month. Most of those on Laramie Peak, and then over on the Beaver Rim, as you're going towards Lander. And then in the western part of the state with Kevin's study going on in the Wyoming range, we collared about some deer there to monitor those conditions.
Mr. Chairman. So I don't know if this is so much a question for Doug, so I should wait, but maybe since he's at the podium, he can answer. So I hope the task force recalls the day you totally slapped me down. I made a motion that we make a recommendation to the Game and Fish that they quit killing doe deer. And it died for a second, or you all voted against me or something, but that's how passionate I feel about this issue. And I've spent a lot of time on killing cow moose, killing doe deer, because they're suffering. But Mr. Chairman, I think it might be helpful we've had a whole bunch of really smart people look at these issues, and there's a bunch of them. Everyone says we need to work more on our mule deer. I mean, maybe we go around the table and just solicit advice from these smart folks, and I'll start with my opinion. I mean, I made that motion mostly in jest, but to make a point, try to make a point to the department that I think the regions far too often suggest killing doe mule deer when they should think much harder about it. I think it's in large part a social, can't read my writing.
Social carrying capacity.
A social carrying capacity decision. I think far too often it's not based on biology, it's based on alleged hunter opportunity or biological studies from Arizona. I mean, those are the two reasons when I get called to the principal's office by making these outlandish things, I hear about. It's not about the biology in that area. So, I mean, my opinion is, should Game and Fish carte blanche never kill another doe mule deer? Absolutely not. You need that management authority. But I think when we look at issues like the social carrying capacity, all I'm hearing from my social network is quit killing doe mule deer. They're the baby makers. And maybe I'm a voice in the wilderness, but I don't think so. But I think far too often that's just what we've done for 50 years, so we continue to do it. And when other people say, why are we doing that? Game and Fish doesn't always use its ears as well as it should. So, I mean, Mr. Chairman, it's up to you, but I mean, it should be an incredibly limited tool used on a very limited basis because of specific biological reasons, not because it's hunter opportunity or because there's a study out of Arizona that shows that if you don't care for mule deer, you'll overpopulate the habitat and you'll have a huge crash.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is Joe, if you can, and Amanda, you may want to get this on the record, so I'm actually going to agree with Pat Crank. And maybe be the one time, yeah.
Let me do a happy dance.
Yeah. Because I appreciate the point, and that's why I struggle. Senator Hicks said that too, wondering about what the true social carrying capacity is, and that line is not representative in terms of my perspective. What I wonder though is, and where I really agree, is if we made a statement, as outlandish as that is, the task force saying that this is something that we should ask the Commission on Game and Fish, how much cover does that provide the regional biologists when that rancher calls them and says, I don't know, look at my alfalfa field, if we could take a few more of those mule deer doe out of there to do that? Because I know they're dealing with that social pressure. They're dealing with it at a very local level. And I don't discount that in the way they think about making recommendations for season setting. But I think having a group like this make that statement and say this should be really a last management resort when we feel there's no other choice to do that, at least until we see some type of stabilization in the mule deer herds. I mean, I think Pat makes a good point. That makes a lot of sense. And if we can provide some cover to the department and biologists, maybe they don't want that, I don't know. to say this is important, we gotta stop doing this, even though we know that there will be those isolated cases where Red Baldy Ranch would love every mule deer shot off the hayfield. So I support that, and I'd be with you to sort of make that a formal statement.
There's an alternative. I mean, if mule deer cause an injury, put in for damages and let the game and fish fairly assess that and pay it. You know, in an agricultural setting, applying for damages is not that onerous and shouldn't be that difficult. When you're talking about range-wide grass loss, that's different, and I know the Game and Fish is working on it, but I would rather pay them damages and have a few more mule deer on the landscape than kill a bunch of doe mule deer and hinder their recovery.
Yeah, I would just characterize first, dealing with a lot of landowners in my area that, and a lot of hay fields and stuff. My characterization would be similar to Albert's, but I do have one or two guys that really don't like large concentrations of mule deer on their alfalfa. So that being said, I like the concept. The way I view this is when I look at the regs that Doug put up, we have a tool, but it's too blunt. So when you say, doe mule deer on private land only, our landowners have a lot of tolerance for mule deer. So if I say it's probably less than 5% of all the landowners that I represent have intolerance for mule deer, but yet we use a blunt tool and say all private lands. I would say there's a bunch of landowners who are just ambivalent, and when the kids start showing up, they go out and kill all the doves, right? Or the non-resident says, I'll pay you $50 trespass fee, and they'll go shoot a doe. And then the other side of that is the public backlash. We are killing does, Game and Fish Department. So I think you got to leave the tool there. I just don't think the department is using that tool surgically enough and using it too much as a blunt tool to get to those very specific issues where you have intolerance by a number of landowners. So I think the system works. It just needs to be refined.
Tony, you have your hand up, so go ahead.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Senator Hicks. I just, if you understand population dynamics, and I know that the Game and Fish has a lot of very expert biologists who understand how populations, regardless of whether it's mule deer or anything else that they manage, how that works. And so I don't think you can say, well, we can no longer kill, does anywhere, we're just taking away from the deer population and destroying it. You've got to understand population dynamics and the conditions. The carrying capacity changes over time, and populations will work like hell to do the very best they can. That's what they do in wildlife. They try to compete as hard as they can, and if they go beyond, then it doesn't go back down to the carrying capacity and level out so the population stays just fine. It drops like a rock when they go over, whatever the reasons, whether it's weather and it drops like a rock, and then they build up again if they can, depending on the conditions and so on. So if the Game and Fish is not, if they're killing does because some rancher is upset about it and not looking at the population dynamics, then that's probably not a good thing. But I don't think that happens. I know these biologists that I talk to in my area, they work their tails off to try to build that population up to a position where it's viable and improving. But I do think there's probably, definitely want to keep that in the toolbox, but I just don't think the Game and Fish is overusing that with what we're doing. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. So real quick, I know I asked this earlier, and Jennifer might be able to just pull it up for us pretty quick, but what was the mule deer doe harvest in 2021? And we probably don't have that for 2022, but I'm curious about that. And, I do spend some time at a processor in Campbell County, and it does make me cringe. There's certainly not how many doe mule deer I see come into one small processor in 15 days in October. It's interesting. I'm curious if Game and Fish and management ever ever considers taking those deer or trapping some of those deer in those areas of concern from, you know, those stock growers and taking them somewhere else. Cause I think there'd be a long list of landowners, certainly in northeastern Wyoming, that say, I'll take some mule deer does. And even if only half of them die, well, we know how many of them are going to die if we shoot them. So just a question there and maybe a little comment.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of looking, it looks like on the regular deer season, just with those areas that have an any deer season, we took 2,600 doe deer in those areas, and where it says it's either any deer or it's any deer on private land. And then we also issued a number of type 6 or 7 tags for mule deer, and that resulted in an additional 1,700 in those areas that were potentially causing damage.
And Doug, is that based on hunter surveys?
That's based on the harvest survey. Yes, that's correct.
And I know that the department feels very passionately that that's a statistically accurate
Yes.
number, but so are you correlating what was reported to you to reach those numbers?
Are we coordinating how? Say that again.
I mean, I don't like statistics, but so, I mean, is that a correlation? Are those actual surveys you got back saying I killed a young mule deer?
Yes, and then it also accounts for non-response bias, and so, you know, it's a
correlating. That's what I was
yeah.
trying to say.
And I know it was brought up earlier about the reliability and the concerns public have with that, and so we've got one more year contract with, so the seasons that we just got through just are wrapping up right now. We'll get another survey from that same company this year, but we're looking at other options. And we are looking at the mandatory reporting and how that could be incorporated into this, so that we'd get a little better handle and give more, I guess, public reliability for that survey. Got one more year of that where we're at right now, and then we're looking at trying to do some additional things.
Mr. Chairman. Doug, I think we have to be careful too. We're looking at these numbers as a whole, as a state. In a lot of these areas, especially over in our part of the world, we don't have migratory mule deer. They live there. I mean, they live within where they're born. And so some of these guys and some certain types of settings, they could have in an area. I just think we have to be careful about just painting a broad for the whole state. It has to be specific to the areas that they're at. And while the number, I mean, not shooting does in Sheridan is not going to make any difference to any deer south of the is what I'm saying. You know, some parts of western Wyoming, you have big migratory birds. It's a big difference. In those parts of Wyoming, I mean, we had a piebald deer we watched as a little fawn and grew up, and he was 4 years old. He was within 100 yards every year from where he was. We saw him every year. I mean, these deer in those areas, they live in those areas year-round. They don't travel out. They don't have big broad ranges. It's a different type of population. And I think you have to make that consideration when you're talking about doe deer harvest in certain areas. It could be the same the deer that just live there year-round. You know, so anyway, we have to consider all the factors rather than a broad brush.
Thanks, Mr. Dewey. Mr. Chair, if I could add, I think if you looked at our regulations over time, our guys are becoming more and more conservative and more strategic as we develop hunting regulations. And in particular, the public is passionate about mule deer. Our managers, both the wardens and biologists, are also passionate. And we have habitat managers that are working to gather as much funding as they can do fence improvements, to do habitat treatments for aspen and different plant communities, and as well as working on crossing areas. And our folks are really dedicated in trying to find ways to minimize where they can the impacts on these deer populations. And I think as we move forward, we're going to continue to evaluate those season structures to make sure that we feel like we have the best proposal on the table that we think addresses the issues that we have from a objective standpoint, buck ratio standpoint, and our public sentiment.
Yeah, thank you. Any other thoughts or comments for Doug before we let him go and have some more, or do you have more, Doug?
No, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We can continue this conversation for sure. I think it's really helpful. I think it has focused on something that a lot of people brought up in their concerns that we didn't address. And so,
Rusty, I think Brian, you had something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I didn't have anything for Doug, but I was just gonna offer a few responses to some of the things that came up here today and maybe offer a couple of analogies here. So, I'm thinking back over time, and when I graduated from high school, if I was willing to travel around the state, I could kill 9 mule deer in Wyoming. That was in 1988. When I started my career with the department, when I was a trainee, I spent many nights out in a tree orchard west of Casper with a spotlight shooting deer. There were deer to a point where municipalities were concerned, things like tree orchards, landowners, and over time, this decline, and Pete was going there, this decline in deer, regardless of the herd, there is a general across our state and across the entire West decline in mule deer. The scale is a little bit different in different places, but if you look at the trend line, it's the same everywhere. I think it's important for all of the task force to know that this concern, this message that you've all discussed here today is going to the commission. I mean, they're going to get briefed on what all of you talked about here. To go back to what Joe brought up. So we don't need top cover, that our guys they stand face to face with landowners and make decisions and have discussions, and they don't need, they're not looking for anybody to give them the ability to be able to say, no, we can't do that. Do what we think is right here. Pat brought up an idea that seems pretty intuitive, I think, to most folks. That is, well, just tolerate the damage and pay them for it. We got a compensation program in place. And I think most people probably find that pretty reasonable, but I'll tell you this, when you're standing there face to face with that landowner, that's offensive as hell to most landowners. They're not growing their alfalfa to sell it to the state of Wyoming. And they don't want to hear about you paying them for it. They want to hear about how you're going to solve the problem. Right, wrong, or different. I'm not being critical. I'm just saying that that's the discussion that actually happens on the ground with the landowner. I mean, and it's no different than what Albert experiences. He doesn't raise calves to go sell them to the state of Wyoming as grizzly bear food. He raises calves to go take them to a market. And so I think it's just part of the equation here. It's part of something that bears on this problem. I think that somebody brought up a cattle analogy, and I'll bring up one here, and that is that there certainly is a mindset with a lot of our managers where when you have a limited amount of habitat, the best way to make productive animals is similar to raising cattle. And it's better to have 100 fat cows that produce really good calves every year than to have 200 skinny cows that produce crappy calves that don't sell as well. And I think that in a lot of these cases, that analogy works with not only mule deer, but really all wildlife. We're trying to produce the best, most healthy, productive deer that we can. And sometimes that's not high enough at a number that we would all like to see it because of factors on the ground. We've talked a lot here about habitat. The numbers are more correlated to habitat than any other factor. So similar to the discussions we've had about sage grouse, if you take 100 sage grouse, you take them to a place where there aren't any, probably the reason there aren't any there is because there's not groceries for them, or there's not cover for them, or there's not one of those habitat components that they really need. And if it was there, the birds will come. And I think the same analogy can be applied here with deer. If the habitat's there, the deer will come. The last thing I'll say is that this is not as simple as it was when I started my career, because we really could focus on harvest, habitat improvements, more simple things like fencing. Today, we have CWD. We have a totally different set of climate circumstances. We have, it seems like, more and more years of drought, but we still have, also in correlation with all the years of drought, we still have really hard winters. We have other impacts like elk that are competing. We know they're competing in certain places with deer. We have feral horses in certain parts where in really good mule deer habitat. So it's a different set of circumstances. And I think when we had a lot of deer, we were also doing a lot of different things on the ground. I think back to my personal experience in the snowy range. That's where I spent a ton of my time when I was a kid. And I mean, you couldn't, during the hunting season, you could literally drive around on the road. And if you wanted to do it, you could hunt deer every year and kill a deer every year off the road. You could shoot a deer in a clear cut every year. And at that time, clear cutting was very common on the snowy range. They did a lot of clear cuts. And now they don't do that anymore. That's one of those things that changed on the landscape that's different now than it was then, that has an effect. I mean, all these things that we used to burn, we used to have a lot more fire, and now because of cheatgrass, we don't want to burn anymore, because then the burns end up being covered up with cheatgrass. That's another factor that I forgot to mention, is the invasive annual grasses that have dominated a lot of mule deer habitat, specifically the fork component. So anyway, I was really, this task force, this is a very very reflective of reasonable, thoughtful people across our state and how they look at this problem. And so to me, it was very helpful to just kind of listen to what the perspectives are. You have different perspectives than we do that we're engaged in this stuff every day. Doug and I have 25, 30, 35 years worth of time doing this. And so to me, it was helpful to listen to all of your perspectives. And I just wanted to say I appreciate that.
Can I add one thing to your thing of all those list of things that's changed? Population, outdoor recreation. We used to drive around, shoot mule deer and then clear cuts. There wasn't 6 months of ATV traffic running all over those logging roads like it is today. And one of the biggest impacts that we're going to face in the near future is just this explosion of outdoor recreation and the displacement of wildlife. And it's coming, it's already here, folks. What does the number of state parks give us? 2019 visitation and Kirk Gowdy, and I'm just gonna throw out some numbers because I don't remember what they was. It was 60, 90,000. Last year, 600,000. It's coming, it's here. It's just one more of those. So, and the reason I bring that up, and Pete talked about overlaying the climate down. And so when we do that, that's biologically going to have a significant impact. We can't change that. We may be able to mitigate it with some habitat treatments. I think we really need to focus our efforts on what can we change. And we're not going to change global climate. We may be able to mitigate it. It's all those other little things that whittle away within a multiple, what they call regression model. This accounts for 2% of the decline. Predators, drought, 10%, climate change, 30%, subdivision, recreation, fences. We have to figure out those things that we can work on to start to work on the edges. We're not going to change climate. It's here to stay and it ain't going away.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Jamie.
Thank you. I just had a question based on what Brian was talking about. When you talk about declining deer numbers too, Brian, how much of an impact is just chronic wasting? And if we had healthy deer populations, would we continue to see the chronic wasting numbers that we're seeing? Is there a correlation between healthy deer, or is a healthy deer going to get chronic wasting just as easily as one that is completely stressed out and not healthy?
I'll take a stab at it, and Doug will tell me if he thinks I'm wrong, but bottom line is with CWD, it's probably different than a lot of other diseases where what we know of it anyway is normal, everyday, healthy, fat deer can get CWD just like any other deer. You know, a lot of times when you see disease outbreaks, that's nature's way of dealing with populations that have exceeded carrying capacity, but I don't think that's, from what we know of CWD, I don't think that's the case.
That's true. And we get a lot of hunters that report their positive animal and they can't believe it. They're just in disbelief because they're so robust and healthy and fat. So it's just the way it is with CWD.
Mr. Chairman, lots of great discussion, but so I'm hearing that, I'm gonna throw out something that I think is a consensus that I heard. Doe mule deer should be killed only for very explicit biological reasons. And that should be justified by the department. The commission can evaluate that. But I think, I agree with Senator Hicks. I think too often the department may be using a blunt tool when a scalpel would work much better in very limited areas to take doe mule deer. And, you know, I just, that's the message I hope that the department and the commission gets. I'm no longer on there, but when a large part of season setting involves political consideration, the people of Wyoming are constantly telling me, and I think they're telling many other members of this task force, we need to cut back on killing doe mule deer. Retain that tool as a surgical weapon, but quit using it like a hammer. That's the message I hope that the department and the commission get.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is Albert, and I want to tag on to what Senator Hicks said, and I think I think the department with the tracking is going to figure this out. But what happened? You know, we're not going to change climate, but we need to understand the climate, and we need to understand the implications of what the climate is doing, and so. We don't have snows as early as we used to. We don't have as much snow as we used to. And so your really winter ranges are getting worse and worse because of sagebrush is. But over time, those mule deer don't flush to the bottom like they used to because we're not having the snow, right? So they're hanging up in that, basically in that mountain big sage longer than they ever did before, compared to having to just run down onto that Wyoming ensis. And I think we have a real opportunity in that band. It's transition range, you want to call it. But I think transitional range is going to become a much bigger piece of the puzzle with the climate the way we have it, because one, it's going to expand. It just is, and there's going to be more time spent on it because it's still some of the most productive sagebrush you have. And so I think understanding how deer are adapting to climate and where they're using the range and the landscape will allow some of those things that Senator Hicks said. You know, we need to make sure we do the right thing in the right place for deer today and tomorrow, regardless of what the moisture regime is.
If I can just put a point on that as an illustration, to do that, we have to go back and challenge some of the assumptions that we currently have. And one of the assumptions right now is, I'll use you over there with the bags herd unit. So we've spent a lot of money spraying cheatgrass on crucial winter ranges. And we're gonna have cheatgrass just as much as there was 5 years from now. It is a endless battle that I don't know that we will ever win because the cat's out of the bag and we're not going to stuff it back in there. But between the federal government and landowners and NGOs and a whole host of people, we've shifted our entire philosophy to do exactly what Representative Summers. All the rapid mule deer habitat assessments say that our mixed mountain shrub community in that transition range is old and decadent. So if you're going to deploy $10 in resources, we're much better off probably doing it, putting fat on those deer before they get to that crummy winter range and continuing deploying. Now, not to say that you shouldn't have an all above strategy, but it really challenges you when you have limited resources. And so our philosophy's completely changed. We're still gonna do some really critical points where we have sheetgrass control, and when there's funding that's only allocated for that single purpose, we're gonna use that tool. But on those broader financial tools, we're gonna shift a bunch of that into that mixed mountain shrub community, into that transitional range. And I think some of the data supports that. They gotta get fat on the winter range, fatten them up before they get there. But it challenges our assumptions on how we're deploying a lot of financial resources. And we need to go back and reevaluate that, given projected changes with climate and then utilization of those habitats associated with that change. And so I think we should challenge ourselves also to rethink some of these things.
Man, this is great discussion. Does anybody else have anything on this? And Brian, I just want to clarify, you don't think there's any need for us to take any kind of motion, action, anything on this? It seems to me it's high on the priority list for the department to look at all of these mule deer issues and start to work through those. And it's probably an issue that's not ever going to go away. Am I correct in that?
I would say you're correct. And the other thing I would offer is that I will likely be speaking to the commission at their January commission meeting, which will be here in Cheyenne, but it'll be available online, about this summary of the task force and this topic in particular. And relaying basically what we hear here. I'm not going to go to the commission with like any kind of a proposition or an opinion on mine. It's just going to be relaying this concern that we've heard from this task force for many, many months now. And I would invite any of you to come on and listen, come on and provide public comment when we do the public comment portion of that. And you guys can help make sure that I articulate your views adequately and respectfully.
Mr. Chairman, I'm been the agitator on this. Why don't we just take a straw poll, whether we think that this collective body believes that the Game and Fish needs to take a really hard look at female mule deer statewide and use it as a very surgical necessity, but generally everyone's against it, but.
All right. Well, thanks, Pat, for that. Anybody opposed to the Game and Fish, taking that recommendation that Brian has noted, I'm sure very clearly, that he'll take to the January meeting for the commission? Anybody opposed to him taking those thoughts forward?
I don't oppose it. I opposed at one point, one thing he said, and that is that wild game management is never about biology, it's about sociology. And so I agree with the surgical thing. If you've got an alfalfa field that's getting hammered, then you need to deal with that. And it may be a depredation hunt off of that alfalfa field. It may be a whole variety of things. But I do agree with the good gentleman sitting to my right here that I think surgical on some of this stuff is always better than broad-based applications.
Okay.
Yeah, hey, Rusty, real quick, I like that Pat brought this up. I think that it is, I think it's an important message depending on the results of this straw poll that could come out. I think that, there are certainly tools already in the toolbox for depredation. Certainly, they have rehashed and renamed and rewrote that. We had that presentation earlier as a task force, and I applaud the department for that. But I do think that because we are talking about a social aspect of this, and that is, just like the mantra of the department, conserving wildlife and serving people, I think for this body as a task force and the credibility that it has earned, for us to be able to have a straw poll that says, you know what, we recognize our mule deer populations are dwindling. We recognize that this isn't in need of a Band-Aid. This has certainly reached the level of the application of a tourniquet. And we as a body say, hey, we should probably stop killing does under any circumstances other than what tools are already in the toolbox for damage. And where the argument could be made and presented to the commission for them to adopt that and be able to put that into play, knowing that it is beyond the general hunting opportunity afforded to sportsmen and sportswomen. So Pat, I'm glad you put that forward. I agree. And I think we should see what the results are.
I think Josh just called for the motion or called for the question. So let's just raise your hand if you're in favor of that going forward. And if you're not, you know, I guess all in favor say aye or raise your hand. And it might be easier to just say who's opposed. Anybody opposed, please say something.
Chairman, this is Brian, and I am opposed because, and I'll tell you why. Number one, I don't think it's necessary. Number two, I made a commitment early on in this to my department and also to my commission that we were going to focus on policy and stay out of the business of the commission and the department to get into the weeds on wildlife management. So I'm not going to support it. I realize there's folks on here that disagree the role of the task force and what it should or shouldn't be, but that's my position and I'm not voting for it.
Appreciate that, Brian, and I think that's important, and I think you'll do a good job explaining that that position and where we're at and how passionate this body is, you know, on that doe harvest and how that goes forward. And I think that there's probably just as much passion from the folks in the department on making sure our mule deer stay in a good place. So I think what it does do is give them some cover on whatever social aspect they think they need to address. I don't know whether that helps or not, but if it does, I think you just got some cover on that. If that makes any sense, Brian.
Hey, Rusty Pete's raising his hand. He wants.
I think.
Go ahead.
I think the department is fully aware of the attitude and the feeling of this task force regarding mule deer, cow elk, and that, and I just don't think it's necessary.
Thank you, Pete. Yeah. Okay. All right. So here we are at the end of Wildlife Task Force, staying right at it. I guess, you know, for me, it's certainly been an honor and a privilege to be part of this and to gain some real friendships along the way over the past 18 months. I'm just going to open it up now for some final comments and tell you how much I appreciate working with you guys and the dedication. Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick before we close out, we do have a few members of the public here and we haven't asked for any public comment.
All right.
I don't know if they have anything they'd like to add, but I certainly think we ought to afford them the opportunity. So
I appreciate that, Senator. Let's just go and see if there's anybody online because I'm certain there probably is. And let's take any public comment right now.
Online or here?
Well, let's both. We'll do both. And so let's start in the room there. If there's any public comment in the room, let's go ahead and take that first.
You could come up and just grab the microphone, sit right there. That'd be perfect. Anybody else wants to provide public comment? Please state your name and your rank.
Your serial number.
Is Mike working?
It's always on. The red light is on.
Okay, great. Every room's a little different. So first, I would really just like to say that I appreciate the opportunity to make a few public comments today. And
could you just, for the record, state
Yeah.
your name?
You bet. My name is Kyle Wentland. I'm here representing myself today. It's been tough to get to these kind of meetings. As you guys know, a few of you know me and the schedule that I have, but my boss is out of town and with the weather, I was able to get a day off. So I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I was looking, I'm gonna take just a moment here. I was looking through my old licenses last couple of weeks and kind of prepping to think about what I wanted to say here today. And when I was 14, one of the reasons I still hunt in this state today is because I went out with my dad and we had a borrowed pickup. We had a great time. And that's resulted in 50 years of support of buying licenses. and being a part of hunting and supporting the agency. And that tag, that elk tag, is $15. And I had an elk tag for general season for 30 days for a bull elk. Sent in a little pink card that I got back with a stamp on it from the Game and Fish that gave me 2 weeks to hunt migratory cow elk and a black bear tag. So just to put in perspective how much that has changed, think about what you pay for just an elk license today and where we are, and how much regulation and management has changed in that time frame. So that's the first thing. The second thing is I've listened to this task force, even though I haven't been able to participate in your meetings. I have reviewed your minutes over the time period. I realize it is your last meeting, but I do think you have an opportunity here with your final report and some of the legislation that's moving forward to maybe make some adjustments. And the one thing that I've found lacking in the discussions is our youth. Because I got to tell you, after I think even given good modern science and financial resources, I don't think you're going to get another 50 years of me contributing to this process. I got a few spare parts in me too, and I don't think there's enough to make it. So the kids that are 16 to 25 years old are your future. They are your future financially, and they are your future as managers going forward. And I'm going to address the lifetime license issue first. You know, there's some realities on the grounds of the impacts of that legislation. One of them is if you're 15 or 16, you draw a tag, your dad takes you back into area 4 for sheep. And it was a tough spring year, which we know happens in that area. Most of us that have hunted and guided those areas know how that works. And you had a die off, and there simply aren't the sheep there to harvest. And now you're telling that kid he doesn't ever have a chance to go again. If I were that kid, I'd be pretty jaded about that, quite frankly. So I think in your lifetime licenses, you need to go back and either look at harvest, basing that on harvest, or put in an age limit and say up until the point of 25, when most kids are out of college, because things happen in those timeframes, that you get to go back into the pool. Because on the ground, what's happening with that too is now you've got all these people competing for these high producing areas. You shifted the focus, and let's just take area 5, for example, in sheep. If you know that's your only chance, are you going to put in for area 1 or are you going to put in for area 5? So what you did is you upped the number of people that are going to focus on those high producing areas, and the competition for those tags just went up. So I realize what you're trying to do there, but I think you have to consider some of those other components with this, and you really need to focus on the youth in this aspect. And for that reason, I'm having a tough time supporting the bonus system. If there were some allocation in there for youth or some provisions for that, it'd be a lot easier for me to get behind that, what's happening there. So that's the first thing. And if you'd like, Mr. Chairman, I'd stop there for questions on that topic.
Anybody have any questions for Kyle? Thank you, Kyle.
Okay, the second thing I have, and I would encourage you to include this in your future report, is the complexity of the licensing system. Okay. If I want to take a 12-year-old kid out to shoot a dove, I've got to have a bird license, a hunter safety card, a HIP stamp, a migratory bird stamp, and a conservation stamp. Now, how many parents, especially single parents, before they've even bought shells or put gas in the car, are going to take that effort to do all of that? I would liken that to the HMA system that's out there for the habitat management units. Same deal with the permission slips and the timing. It's become so complex that at some point, and I mentioned this to the director earlier today, one of his wardens is probably going to write me a citation because I don't have a pheasant management stamp or I don't have a hip stamp, or I don't have the right little piece of paper because I gotta have 5 things to pick up my shotgun or my rifle to go spend an afternoon hunting. Or I may have to make a choice because some license agent or issuing component of this isn't online or available, that I either go or I stay home. And I think it's really unfortunate that we've gotten to that point with this. And I just would encourage the task force to consider this with your youth. If you're trying to recruit that future generation, we're not doing things to recruit that future generation right now. And then the last item I had is on it does fit with the access question. And, you know, large landowners are not the enemy of the public sportsmen out there. These guys are producing a lot and protecting a lot of habitat. But you got to, with the number of people that are now archery hunting, there are as many archery hunters today as there were gun hunters when I grew up. And you cannot, like in an area like Area 7 here for elk is the perfect example. You cannot open a season the 15th of August or the 1st of September, and then concurrently after archery season, run a gun season and have those elk ever move back onto public ground. You have got to do a weapon of choice, pick what you want to use and use your season, and then you have to use split seasons. This is kind of the Occam's razor issue, where the simplest thing might be the right solution. Is if you open that public ground and you push those animals down on the private ground and they never have a chance to move back, you're not issuing more tags isn't going to be the solution. You have to give those animals a chance to get back onto that public ground. And that's a very simple way to start managing some of the access and quality of hunting issues. The other part of that is issuing more tags and reducing the quality of the hunting on the public ground isn't necessarily the solutions. A lot of times in biological management, less is more. If you do those split seasons, you issue a few less tags on the public ground, you allow those animals to move back up, you're going to see a higher harvest. So really, I would just encourage you guys with your final report and some of this to take a look at some of those components of this. Apologize for my tardiness to address you folks. It's been a very difficult couple of years to get time away from the regular job. Some of you folks know what I do, and it's under the current administration, it's a 24/7, 365 a day job right now. But I really hope that you'll take some of these and maybe discuss them and think about them in your reports. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I got one question for you, Kyle, and getting back to your concerns with the once in a lifetime. It's not something that we didn't look at, but is the point of having that once in a lifetime area for sheep permit the ability to hunt sheep, or is it about killing one? Your opinion.
You know what, Mr. Chairman and Senator Hicks, I appreciate that comment, and I know there was a lot of discussion around this, but I can tell you the difference between harvesting an animal and the excitement of that and the desire to continue hunting is a lot different than just going sheep camping.
I don't know, I still like to go, even though I don't have a permit. Yeah, it's just a balance. How many people do you want to afford an opportunity to hunt versus guarantee somebody a harvest?
Well, that's where I said, if you want to have a compromise here, look at an age limit. Recruit your youth on this. Do something for those younger kids. If you want to have people that are supporting financially this agency going forward, you got to do something to generate that excitement. And I got to tell you, the difference between shooting a sheep and an antelope at 16 or 18 is a hell of a difference.
Is that because of the animal or the experience?
Both.
Well, I don't know that I necessarily agree with that. I think that's in the eye of the beholder. But anyway, I appreciate your comments.
Bet.
Thank you, Kyle. thank you a lot for not only the comments, but what you do in your day job too. I know that's stressful. So thank you. Anybody else have any public comment in the room? If not, we have Wyatt Whitcop that is going to make a public comment. He's online, so I don't know if Amanda, if you can let him in. Okay, Wyatt, you're up.
All right, you got me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. I'll just springboard off of what was just said in terms of confusion, I guess. Getting to you guys' high demand and waiting periods for areas. And there's so many moving parts and unknowns that go with that in terms of how people might shift, to other limited quota areas and what that might do to change those to high demand areas, and then high demand areas go to standard demand areas. And there's so many unknowns, and there was a lot of public comment that was against that, which is very similar to the public against going to bonus points for deer, elk, and antelope. I mean, that was the one reason you guys pretty much decided not to even talk about bonus points for deer, elk, and antelope per resident, was the public pushback. But I think with those bonus points, I mean, that's a far better option in terms of the unknowns. There's unknowns. I honestly think if you went a random sampling of sportsmen, hunters, and just put them in a jury style room and said, you can't leave until you pick one or the other and you have to compromise, I would almost bet that people are going to want a bonus point system for those rather than what you guys are moving forward with the recommendation on there. In that case, with the bonus points, people on both sides are kind of getting what they want. People with bad luck get better odds, and people with good luck don't have to sit out. So the confusion there too, there's so many things that I don't think, when put into practice, that you can't consider up early. If I drew a high demand area now, I go into a 3-year waiting period, and at year 2, it falls to a standard demand. I put back in for that same area, even though I'm supposed to be in a 3-year waiting period for that area. And vice versa, I'm in a 3-year waiting period. I drew a standard demand tag in area X the next year. The following year, area X becomes high demand. Can I now not apply for that area? I mean, there's so many moving parts. Some people don't even know how to check draws to determine a second and third choice on their application. Imagine their planning confusion with shifting demand areas and waiting periods. The only other comment I kind of wanted to make was just to push back on what Larry was saying about public comment. And, there's been a lot of unique commenters that have commented on things. There are some squeaky wheels. I'll raise my hand and probably say I'm considered one of those. But at the same time, I mean, we shouldn't elect a president. That's like saying we shouldn't elect a president because the election is biased toward that subset of people responsible enough to show up to vote. I mean, these are the people that are responsible and really care about these issues and showing up. And it's been out on social media like crazy. People have seen this. So those people that are passionate about it are showing up with an opinion. And I kind of think what's been said is kind of devaluing the public comment that you guys have received. And at the same time, I will say, Larry, I really appreciate your ability to identify indirect effects and unintentional or unintended consequences. That's been super valuable through this 18-month process. So those are my comments. I really thank you guys all for sticking it out for so long and discussing these hard topics and taking public comment and considering my words through every meeting that you guys have had, I think. So I appreciate you all.
Thank you, Wyatt. Does anybody have any questions for Wyatt? I do want to just say, Wyatt, thank you for your never-ending participation on this. It was really good, and you've always been respectful. You've always given us very good feedback, not only at the meetings in person, online, but also you wrote some comments here not too long ago that I thought were really, really well put together. So appreciate that. And I'm certain that you'll stay involved in this process, whether it be with the Game and Fish or the legislature. And we appreciate that. So I don't know that there's anybody else online. I don't have any other hands up. And I don't know that there's anybody else in the room. So if there's not, we'll go to final thoughts from the task force. And if you want to speak, just go ahead and raise your hand and I'll call on you. And I'll start with Lee.
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you. Thank you and both Josh for grabbing this and making it go. I was honored to be chosen for this task force. And what I really liked about this task force is the fact that it brought so many of these topics that we in the industry live, eat, and breathe and understand intimately out in the general audience. And it was an opportunity for folks to learn more about them. We didn't reach everybody, but I feel that as a group, we reached a lot of folks out there and brought a better understanding to some of these issues that as resident sportsmen, outfitters, non-resident sportsmen, the whole ball of wax have been facing for years. And again, it's been an honor to be on this task force, and thank you and Josh for your leadership.
Go ahead, Tony. I'm going to give you the last word, Josh, since you're the co-chair, if you're okay with that.
That's fine.
All right, go ahead, Tony.
Just to echo Lee's sentiments as well, I can't say how privileged and honored it's been to be on this task force. Learned a lot. Some of my biases were changed, and just found out there were a lot more circumstances to all of these situations or all of these things that we've dealt with over the last 18 months. And for a person whose family and myself included are passionate about hunting and fishing and utilizing wildlife in Wyoming, I can't say enough about the efforts that we're making, as well as what the Game and Fish is making. It's a difficult problem, to say the least, with the changing of the times and the changing of all the other things that have been that way since the 60 years have gone by since I started hunting with my grandfather and father. But I do appreciate everybody's hard work. The Game and Fish staff did outstanding work and kept up with a lot of stuff. And Josh and Rusty, you guys did a great job. Maybe not as good looking as a facilitator was, but we can't have everything. So I really thank everyone for giving me this opportunity.
Thanks, Tony. We'll go to Jamie then.
Chairman, thank you. And I just want to thank you and Josh for navigating these meetings. It was a heavy lift, and I'm sure glad you were the chairman and I was not. So thank you both. And also thank you to Director Nesbitt and his staff. They were tremendous and a tremendous resource. Thank you for all the lunches. And thank you to my fellow task force members. And I've so appreciated the opportunity to work with all of you and to get to know each and every one of you. And I hope our paths cross in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Let's see, Lisa. I think you're muted, Lisa.
Muted.
You want to just echo Jamie's thoughts? Thanks. And say that I really appreciate both chairmen. You guys really did do an excellent job. And thanks to all the other task force members for giving me the education, and to the Game and Fish staff. It was really wonderful to serve on this committee. Thanks.
Thank you, Lisa. Sai, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to say thank you, especially to the department personnel, and most of all to Jennifer. She was a rock star throughout this whole thing. I can't even imagine how much workload we put on her. I really enjoyed my time on this task force. It was an incredible group of individuals. I knew many of you before it started, but I feel like I really know you now. And I can't speak as high as I need to speak about the relationships that we built through this. And I think that was a huge part of why so much of our work was successful. I want to thank you also for allowing the outfitting industry to showcase how important big game hunting and the outfitting industry is to Wyoming's tourism economy. You guys gave us a lot of time. You gave us a whole lot of time to vet that. And and it didn't go unnoticed, and we really appreciate that. So once again, thank you. It was a long 18 months, but it was, in my opinion, a very valuable use of my time. Thank you.
Thanks, Si. Adam, you want to say anything?
Not especially. I kind of made my feelings known during our November meeting. I echoed a lot of the same sentiments. I've enjoyed the relationships. I've really enjoyed the healthy debates. I've enjoyed learning more about the perspectives of some components of this state that I was unfamiliar with coming into this whole process, and just appreciate being part of this process, even though, I mean, every one of us can probably point to one area where we wish we did more or maybe did less. We all pushed forward through this in spite of those inherent learned and or condition differences. So I do value my time on here as well. I appreciate all of yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Go ahead. We'll go into the room and then we'll give Josh and I have a couple just final thoughts. So go ahead. Whoever wants to go in the room, and you can just go around the room.
Ditto. Who's everyone looking at me? Co-chairs, thank you very much. You both did a great job. Appreciate the time and the talents of this group. I've learned a lot, and also appreciate the effort of the public to come in and give us their views. Learned a lot from the public as well. Thank you all.
I want to thank everybody that was involved in this thing. I too valued a lot of your opinions, a lot of your knowledge. I learned a lot. The hardest thing for me was in making and voting on decisions was trying to figure out how many people we were going to positively affect and how many people we were negatively going to affect. And I think the task force did a really good job about that. I do think overall, just the feedback that I got from around the state, is I did go to a few meetings around the state with involving this task force, is that the vast majority of the populace in Wyoming thought we were doing a good job. And so I feel pretty proud about that.
I don't think I have anything new to add, other than I would underline and maybe add a few exclamation points to everything that's been said. It truly has been an honor and a privilege, and I'm grateful.
Well, I tell you, I have the distinct privilege to be able to be the head coach for the best wildlife management agency in the world. And certainly a lot of this work created a lot of cussing and discussing and probably a little bit of angst amongst my folks. And I really respect that, because it reflects their passion for these issues. They deal with them each and every day. And so, you know, I appreciate the way that the task force went about that, though. And I do want to thank my team, because they did, not only the folks that you all had the opportunity to see, but many of our red shirts across the whole state that are working in the trenches every day made it possible for us to be able to help this task force along and provide good, accurate information and advice. So, and then the last thing I'd say is that, you know, this group is a true reflection of some of Wyoming's best and brightest, and I'm damn proud to be from this state, because you all reflect our state.
This is Albert. I just, I want to thank everybody. It's been a pleasure to meet everybody that's on this task force. And I think, you know, at times I wondered why we picked the scab, but I think if you don't pick the scab every once in a while and look below it, you never find solutions. I appreciate that everybody on this task force took the obligation to try to find a solution seriously. I think that's very positive, especially in today's politics, if you want to say that. But I think we took the task of trying to find solutions very serious, and I appreciate that.
So this is Pat. I would say, I think Wyoming's wildlife is so important to us, and I think we moved the needle and we did good work. And I'm just honored to serve with you, and thank you for all your patience. And I'm looking at Mr. Schaefer here in putting up with me. I know I didn't express my opinion often, and I probably should have talked more, but thank you so much for your patience in dealing with me. I mean, I'm honored to have served with you, and I think we did some good work.
Let the record reflect that it wasn't only Joe that needed to exercise patience. Thank you.
Well, this is Pete. I just want to express my thanks to Josh and Rusty. They've done an outstanding job, and the game and fish, and the personnel, Jennifer and Greg, and everyone that's presented all these, Doug, all these complex and tangled issues. I appreciate it very much. I do want to say the civility amongst our membership is exemplary. I mean, we come from a lot of different walks of life, and everybody had the opportunity to say what they felt like, regardless of how anybody else felt about it. I thought that was exemplary. And I also want to say this process is not over. While we leave today, there are committee meetings, there are legislative hearings that are going to happen, there are commission meetings that are all going to be discussing these issues, so the public still has a chance to continue to participate, and I encourage them to do so. Thank you all. I appreciate it very much.
I'll just share the same thing. I said it to the governor. A lot of you, this is the first time I've had a chance to meet you. Some had a chance to get to know you better. I love the fact that we have a common ground, and that's usually the passion for our wildlife resources, our natural resources, and for this great state. And the fact that we always would find that common ground and treat each other with civility, I think was great. Brian, I work for 7 elected individuals who always think that it's easy to implement things, change things, and do things without the opportunity to get boots on the ground and really understand. And so I want to give a big shout out to you and your staff, because I know we sort of debated many things, and the folks on the ground knew, how would that actually work, or how wouldn't that work? And your staff were always there to help us understand, push back when they needed to push back. But I know the burden that these 18 months put on you and your staff and everybody here. And so thank you for that. Thank you for helping the task force do their work. And then a shout out to our co-chairs, Rusty and Josh. Thank you for leading this along. I'm sure when you heard you were going to be on the task force, you didn't know the labor and the lift that you would have to do for it. But you guys have been great co-chairs, and I sure appreciate all the time and the organization that you've put into it. It's been a really memorable process. So thank you, Rusty. Thank you, Josh.
There's not much I can add to it. The opportunity to work with you has probably been the most important thing. Somebody like myself that's a small words and doesn't have hard opinions on anything. You guys help me discover myself through this process. But no, I do appreciate the opportunity. For everything in life's done with personal relationships, and the things that we've accomplished here or didn't accomplish will pay numerous tangible benefits as we continue to periodically. You're going to run into each other in life. We're going to be working on different issues and stuff. And so to me, it's all about those personal relationships. And so I thank every one of you for the opportunity to work with you. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate all of that. Thank you, everybody. I can't add a whole lot more other than appreciate and thanks for the friendships, the work that you guys have done for the past 18 months. And I just want to echo again how much this task force would not have been successful at all if it wasn't for the staff, Brian's staff at Game and Fish. And even last Thursday when I was in Cody with Dwayne and Joe on the online, Jennifer's answering questions through text with other department folks at 8:30 at night or 8 o'clock at night, and it just to get people the answers that they want. And so just that staff commitment is outstanding. The words that Brian said, that he works for the best wildlife department in the world, I don't think there's any question. So glad to be a part of this, and thank you guys all for the kind words. And Josh, the floor is yours, and And thank you all. Travel safe if you're traveling after this. Go ahead, Josh.
All right, thanks, Rusty. Boy, a lot of great comments. I appreciate all the thanks and the recognition for the effort behind the scenes that went into this. But truly, I'd like to give some special thanks specific to our elected officials in the room, Senator Hicks, Representative Summers, Senator Driscoll. Your civil service is greatly appreciated, and then carving out this additional time to be engaged to this issue as a task force and all that it would encompass. That's truly a heavy lift on your part, and all of the citizens of Wyoming, thank you for that. I feel confident in saying that. Director Nesvik, I thank you for the effort that the department has put forth to this. We continue to wish for a speedy recovery for Todd with the invasive surgery that he had and his well-being. Amanda, nice job being the next man up, if you will, in taking that on and rolling with that. As a child, my father always said growing up that you should always aim to never be the smartest person in the room. And I was certainly in the right room with this group. There was a tremendous amount of experience, education, and passion that was shown from the onset. And I thank everyone for bringing that to the table. And as we continue to move forward, I know the time as a organized body has come to an end, but I know these issues will continue to be something that will require our engagement, and I look forward to those opportunities in the spring with the legislative body. But I thank each of you individually. You each brought something to this to make this work, and I am grateful for that. Albert Einstein, who certainly is recognized as a genius of a generation, said it best, I think, when he said, sometimes the easiest way to solve a problem is stop participating in the problem. And we have tackled a bunch, and I think it's good that it's coming to a close, but I look forward to what comes from it. So thank you.
Are we adjourned, Mr. Chairman?
I think we're adjourned. Brian, thank you guys all, and travel safe.
Good.
Bye, everybody. Take care.
Yeah,
Bye.
Merry
Thank you
Christmas,
all.
everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Thanks for everything.